We could essentially get started. A little before 6? Wait till
I have
6 on the dot.
I have 5:59.
1 minute. Oopsie. Don't get knocked over by the door. Does my chair feel like it's on the floor? Okay, we can get started, 6 o'clock. Welcome to the regular meeting of the City of Bethlehem Zoning Board. My name is Jessica Lee, and I'll be serving as your chairman. To my right are Carol Ritter. She's an alternate member, but tonight she'll be a voting member. And then we have Pete Sneck, myself. And then to my right is Attorney Stephen Strack. He will be representing our first case at 2141 Commerce Boulevard. And thereafter, it will be Attorney Steve Boel. And next to him is our zoning officer, Dave Taylor, and our stenographer, Moira Evans. And if anyone in the audience is going to be asking questions, testimony, statements, would you please stand and raise your right hand so you could be sworn in? Please. Any kind of comments, questions for the appellants, whatever. You stand.
Raise your right hands. You do swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall now give in the matter before this board shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You do so swear or affirm? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our first appeal is that of 2141 Commerce Boulevard. And if Dave would.
Madam Chairwoman, if I would just be able
Sure.
to briefly note for the record that
Please do.
we would note for the record that the Bethlehem City Zoning Hearing Board is a 5-member board. And as there are 3 members present, and therefore the zoning board has a sufficient quorum to conduct its business tonight. We would also note that written or email expressions in favor or opposition of any particular appeal are taken under advisement, but not placed of record. Any interested parties who wish to ask questions or present testimony on any given appeal before the board tonight are invited to do so in public at the public hearing.
Okay, first I would ask, when was your property posted?
Good evening. My name is Kate Durso, the attorney for the applicant. The property was posted on October 11th, 2024, and we have photographs of the proof of.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, Dave, if you read the appeal.
Okay, this is the appeal of JERC Partners, XCII LLC for a special exception approval to permit principal uses distribution and warehousing at 2 proposed industrial buildings referenced as lots A and B. Also, the owner requests a variance from parking requirements for Lot B. 58 spaces are proposed versus 101 required by the ordinance. It's zoning ordinance sections 1305.01E, 1319.01A40, 1325.6, 1325.07, and all associated variances and special exceptions and interpretations.
Okay, please
All right.
proceed. Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to just present the board, the board with 4 exhibits. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
I was just checking.
Maybe pull it closer to you when you, yeah.
Thank you.
Just go by this stuff.
And we'll start with our first witness. Can you state your name for the record
Kerry Roble,
and spell your last name?
Worobel,
And Carrie, where do you work?
Lehigh Valley Industrial Park,
And what is your position at Lehigh Valley Industrial Park?
President and Chief Executive Officer.
And is Lehigh Valley Industrial Park under agreement of sale with the applicant for real estate located at 2141 Commerce Center Boulevard?
Yes.
Is the purchase contingent upon the applicant obtaining the necessary approvals from the city?
Yes.
Is the subject property 26.73 acres in size?
Yes.
And is it located in the industrial redevelopment zoning district?
Yes.
And as far as being situated, it's situated at the corner of Commerce Center Boulevard and State Route 412, is that correct?
That is correct.
And does the property currently consist of 2 undeveloped vacant lots?
It does.
Can you describe LVIP's vision and history for the development of, LVIP and specifically LVIP 7?
Sure. Lehigh Valley Industrial Park is a private nonprofit economic development corporation. We started in 1959. We were created by the Bethlehem Area Chamber of Commerce, and our mission is to create jobs, expand the local tax base, and diversify the regional economy. We were created by the Bethlehem Area Chamber of Commerce to help diversify away from Bethlehem Steel. And today we have 7 industrial parks. We have 24,000 employees in our parks and 500 businesses. And so we've met the vision of our founding fathers. Our most recent park, LVIP 7, consists of the redevelopment of 1,000 acres of the former Bethlehem Steel plant in South Bethlehem.
And with regard to the proposed development, how was it determined by LVIP that the subject lots were appropriate for the proposed warehouse distribution?
In 2003, LVIP acquired 1,000 acres of the Bethlehem Steel parcel. As you can imagine, taking on one of the largest brownfield sites in the nation, we had to make policy decisions on how to proceed, where to start, how to commence our analysis, and how to secure funding. One of the first decisions we made was the sites that were located on 412, and our tract goes from really just east of the Wind Creek Casino down to I-78, and we own land along the 412 corridor. We believe that the parcels fronting on the 412 would have the greatest demand. And what we decided to do was to allow that demand to remain in place and to focus on the more challenging brownfield portions of the site, more internal to our 1,000 acres. We're here 20 years later because we greatly overestimated the demand for those parcels fronting on the 412, which this parcel this evening we're discussing, lot 65, is one of those parcels. We initially thought there'd be tremendous demand from retail. We had only one demand, and that demand of use for that site, and that was with a Walmart. We proceeded for several months with an agreement of sale with Walmart, and then eventually they stepped aside. We've had interest in this parcel from other retailers, but strictly limited to service stations with large areas for truck parking. So we did not believe this should be a location for a truck stop. We've looked at institutional uses. I've joined the LVIP board in 2001. So for the last 23 years, we've had representatives of St. Luke's and Lehigh Valley Hospital and Lehigh University, to Sales University, to the community college on our board. They're aware of this site and have shown no interest in the parcel. We looked at office use throughout the park. We actually constructed a 42,000 square foot Class A office building in the hopes that other office developers would join us. Nobody has joined us. So there are no office users other than the LVIP office building in LVIP 7. So after 23 years, earlier this year, we decided to become proactive. We began with creating a request for proposal, an RFP, and we sent that to the leading industrial developers in the Lehigh Valley. And we gravitated toward industrial because the site it's the entryway to 1,200 acres of industrial uses. It's 600 feet from an operating intermodal. It's served by a 6-lane road, and 4 of those lanes lead right to the border of the property. So we thought it was an ideal use for industrial. Of course, after many years of not being able to secure retail or office or institutional uses.
And has LVIP partnered with the JG Petrucci companies on a number of projects within the various LVIP parks?
Correct. The JG Petrucci Company was one of several developers to respond to our request for proposal. We've been working with the JG Petrucci Company, LVIP, since the late 1980s. They've developed almost 50% of our projects within our system since then. And they submitted what we consider the best and most competent proposal for this site.
That's all the question I have of Mr. Roble.
Any questions, Carol?
I don't have any right
Yeah, repeat.
Just real quick,
Carry
all
on. Sorry.
the other properties that are neighboring, I see trucks in them. Is it similar use?
Correct. So if you look at the aerial, it's across the street from a concrete batching plant. It's immediately adjacent to a rail yard that's actually, you can see the rail cars being stored, and it has a rail spur that leads to the intermodal that receives one inbound train and one outbound train per day. And then if you look about that, the uses beyond there are manufacturing and warehouse. We have a liquefied natural gas plant on our site as well. So yes, the uses surrounding this site are all industrial.
So the same use you're proposing on this?
Correct. Yes.
But
there
this
are-
was zoned slightly different because it was on 412 or?
Correct. The IR has provided us with great flexibility for our parcels. It's actually on 412, but it actually includes our interchange parcels as well, which somebody's putting their cursor there right now. So, and then it flows all the way up into the Saucon tract. So it's those fronting 412 and those slightly behind the parcels fronting on the 412. Mhm.
Just briefly, with the indulgence of the board. Mr. Roble, are you an authorized agent for the landowner?
Yes.
And the application indicates the landowner is Lehigh Valley Industrial Park, Inc. County tax card says it's Lehigh Valley Industrial Park, LLC. Could you just clarify the exact name of the landowner?
Inc. Lehigh Valley Industrial Park, Inc. Mhm.
And the applicant's asking for both a variance to parking and a special exception. The board understands both of those principles, but if the board would require as a condition of the special exception relief, a cross easement in favor of Lot B on Lot A to provide for the deficiency in parking, is landowner authorized, and would landowner be amenable to granting such an easement?
Yes, and yes.
That's all. Thank you.
You please state your name.
Sure. Yeah. Can you state your name here?
Dominic Baker,
And, well, spell your last name. I think it's-
Baker.
And Dominic, where do you work?
JG Petrucci Company,
And what is your job title at JG Petrucci?
project executive.
And is the applicant Jerk Partners, Roman numeral XC2 LLC, a Petrucci entity?
Yes,
And is the applicant proposing what we call a re-subdivision of the property to essentially redistribute the acreage of the two existing tax parcels?
yes, that's correct.
And is the applicant proposing to build a 216,000 square foot warehouse distribution building with associated parking on what we're calling Lot A?
Yes,
And then a 101,000 square foot warehouse distribution building with associated parking on what we call Lot B?
correct.
And are those proposed uses permitted by special exception in the IR zone?
They are.
Does the applicant have a proposed tenant for Lot A?
Yes, we're working with a local confidential manufacturer for Lot A who would be using the premises for cold storage, warehouse, and distribution.
And does the applicant currently have a proposed tenant for Lot B?
No, we do not.
So Lot B's warehouse facility is being designed for a speculative tenant, is that correct?
Yes,
While the exact identity of the tenant for Lot B is not known, are you obtaining the special exception use approval for distribution, warehousing, and storage as a principal use for that lot?
yes,
Has JG, as Mr. Roble testified to, has JG Petrucci been involved with the development of other properties within LVIP?
Yes, as Carrie mentioned, we've been working with LVIP since the late 80s in all of their industrial parks. They have LVIP parks 1 through 7. We've done about a dozen projects within LVIP 7, which is the park which this property is located. And as Carrie mentioned, about 50% of the LVIP system projects.
And have many of those, or maybe the majority of those even, been developed on a speculative basis like proposed Lot B?
Yes.
With regard to the parking relief that's being requested, is the city's parking requirements based on the number of employees or square footage of a building?
So it's both. If it's a speculative project, it would be based on the square footage. If there's a user in hand for the project, it would be based on the employee count.
And while the next two witnesses will provide more detail concerning the parking relief, does Petrucci foresee any issues with finding tenants, for Lot B based on the amount of proposed parking?
No, we do not.
Has JG Petrucci Companies received substantially similar special exception relief to construct various warehouses, including a 195,000 square foot facility on Lot 13 in LVIP, a 200 square foot facility on Lot 14 in LVIP, and most recently, a 53,700 square foot facility at 1010 Harvard Avenue, also in LVIP?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they all designed and approved in advance of identifying end user tenants?
Yes, that's correct.
With regard to the parking relief, if the board were to grant the parking variance, are any properties impacted by the parking variance other than the properties being acquired?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
And I'll ask the question that Attorney Strack asked. If the zoning hearing board was concerned with granting the parking relief, would there be the ability to have a cross-access easement between the lots to accommodate parking?
Yes.
And in fact, there's going to, as the next witness will testify, it's intended there's going to be a joint access and some other utilities that are going to be cross easements between the tracks.
Correct.
Has Petrucci been working with the city staff on the development of the tract?
Yes, we've been working with the city as well as LVIP.
And will Petrucci continue to be working with the city staff during the land development review process, and specifically on design elements and landscaping that the city has identified as concerns?
Yes, also with LVIP again on that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 1. We'll have it Applicant's Exhibit 1. Is Applicant's Exhibit 1 a aerial rendering of what the proposal will look like once constructed?
Yes, correct.
And it's showing obviously the two buildings, the frontage on 412, and the joint access that's proposed.
Yes.
Did Petrucci also have a building elevation rendering prepared to show the board what is anticipated that the facility will look like?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 2. Is Exhibit 2 the rendering of the building, a building elevation rendering from the road?
Of Lot A, correct.
Lot A. And where is this looking into the property?
This is
Or
at
from, I should say.
This is at the corner of Commerce Center Boulevard, which is on the right of the page, and 412, which is on the left of the page.
And would the building on Lot B look similar in appearance to this building that's showing for Lot A?
The design will be slightly different, but yes, largely will be largely similar precast concrete building.
Complementary to
Complementary,
this,
yes.
to this building.
Yes, correct.
And did the applicant appear before the Planning Commission earlier this month with regard to a sketch plan and to discuss the zoning that was the zoning relief requested?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A3. Is Exhibit A3 a copy of the letter from Darlene Heller, Director of Planning and Zoning, indicating the recommendation from the Planning Commission as it relates to the zoning relief?
Yes.
And obviously the exhibit speaks for itself, but did the Planning Commission unanimously make a recommendation to the zoning hearing board that the special exception use approval be granted?
Yes.
Did they also unanimously make a recommendation that to the board that they were in favor of granting the parking variance for Lot B?
Yes.
That's all the question I have of Mr. Baker.
Carol, you have any questions for this witness?
And just for the board's indulgence, the next witness is the civil engineer, and then the last is the traffic engineer, in case there's something specific.
Okay, civil and intro.
So just so I understand it correctly, so the Lot A, your parking spaces are based off of basically the amount of employees that are going to be at that spot.
That's correct.
And so Lot B is speculative and based off the square footage. The ratio, do you expect the ratio to be the same if that makes sense? So you don't
He
need
means
as many
about
parking spots
employees, like.
in
so-
Lot A.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that Lot A, in my mind, is representative of what a similar ratio we would anticipate on Lot B. If that answers your question.
If we limited the amount of employees that were permitted in the Lot B, would that be something that would be okay?
Yes, I mean, in my mind, it's essentially what the parking count is doing. It also almost becomes self-regulating. So
Yeah, okay.
yes.
Okay, good. Friends, Jack, you have questions?
Just briefly,
Mhm.
sir, you may already have testified to this. Are you an authorized representative of the applicant itself?
Yes.
And in the applicant's application, the applicant proposed 58 all-street parkings for Lot B when 101 is required with a variance of 43. However, in a Bureau letter, and it may not be part of the evidence, but it referred to 50 proposed and a variance of 51. Zoning board has to specifically identify any variance relief that you're seeking, and it has to be the minimum necessary. Can you testify as to exactly what is the precise number of variant, what is the precise number of parking spaces you're looking for a variance for?
Can I do it with the next witness, because he's going to talk about the lot and the specifics of the relief for the parking?
Okay. And then I guess my next question would be, since you're the authorized agent of the applicant, the zoning agenda refers to all associated variances, special exceptions, or interpretations. Is it your testimony that the applicant is only seeking two forms of relief here, specifically a special exception for the warehouse distribution use and the single variance for the parking?
That's correct. Yes.
So there's no interpretations being sought. There's no other undefined variances being sought.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Okay, you're next.
Next one, okay.
Who's next?
Matt.
Please state your name.
My name is Matt Chartrand, Chartrand.
And Matt, where do you work?
I work for Bowler Engineering.
And are you a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I've been licensed since April of 2005.
And did the applicant retain Bowler to perform engineering services related to the development of the property?
Yes,
Did Bowler prepare the site plan that was submitted with the zoning application materials?
yes.
For purposes of the record, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 4. Exhibit 4 contains two plan sheets. One would be the rendering of the zoning plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the other being the zoning plan.
Correct.
And these were prepared by Bowler.
Correct.
Okay. And is the property currently two separate tax parcels?
It is.
And for the re-subdivision or reallocation of the acreage, what is the size proposed for Lot A and for Lot B?
Lot A is proposed to be approximately 18.5 acres, and Lot B is approximately 8.2 acres in size.
And how will the respective lots be accessed?
There's two main called driveways to service the site. There's an existing driveway opening on 412, which is a right in and right out only access point. That is proposed to remain as designed and constructed. Off of Commerce Center Boulevard, there's a driveway directly opposite of Gilchrist Drive that will allow for right in left in and right out movements, restricting a left out movement, which would, allow vehicles to travel further back directly from our site into the rest of LVIP.
And as Mr. Baker testified, since there's going to be a joint access, there'll be cross-access easements and other easements related to joint utilities.
Yes, that's correct. And that will be outlined in our land development plans, obviously subject to how we move forward beyond this, but land development plans will outline utilities, access easements, and things of those nature that will be necessary to service the site.
And will the landscaping on the site obviously be further developed during the land development process?
Yes, that's correct. This is conceptual in nature, and what we prepared as part of our sketch plan review when we did go in before the Planning Commission.
And with regard to the existing surrounding uses, and I know it was asked of the prior witness, but do they include the Primark Distribution Center, Four Winds Concrete, Walmart's e-commerce distribution center, Crayola's distribution center, and the Norfolk Southern Intermodal Facility?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're all immediately surrounding.
Yes.
And then, as Mr. Roble testified, there's an active rail yard storing rail cars and a rail spur serving the intermodal, which is located immediately east of the property.
East of our property, if you're looking at that plan, it's plan north, but yes, directly to the east of our property, between where the 412 and that adjacent building there.
Based on what is in the surrounding area as it relates to use, will the proposed development of the site substantially change the character of the surrounding neighborhood?
No, as mentioned previously, these types of uses already exist here in this. The LVIP Center was designed to accommodate these types of uses.
So let's go and talk about the parking specifically for Lot A. How is the amount of parking determined for Lot A?
So the code zoning ordinance of the city, section 1319.01 parentheses 40, has two different calculations presented. One if you know the number of employees, and one if you do not. Since we know the projected number of employees for Lot A, that is what it is based off of. It's one parking space for each 1.5 persons. I know we don't have half people out there, but that's the way that it's calculated. So for that, the calculation comes out at, with 70 people on the shift, it would come out at 47 required. So we have more than enough designated on our site right now with 106 parking spaces.
And although, as Mr. Baker testified, that we can't disclose who the tenant is going to be, did that tenant advise that based on its current head count and production line, that they're anticipating a 3-line facility where there will be 40 employees per line for 2 shifts?
Correct.
And that's what you use to determine the number of employees, and then obviously correlating that to the amount of parking.
That's correct.
And based on the ordinance requirements and the employee count, how many spaces are required and how many are proposed?
Required would be 47, I believe, are the number of spaces. Let me just confirm that. 47 spaces required for Lot A. We are proposing 106.
And how many parking and loading spaces are proposed for, well, let's scratch it. How many would be required for Lot B since we don't have a tenant?
Because we don't have a tenant, the requirement is based off of square footage of the building. So 1 parking space being required per each 1,000 square feet of building. Building B is noted as 101,000 square feet. So we would be required 101 spaces.
And how many spaces are proposed?
58 parking spaces are proposed on Lot B.
So as Mr. Strack asked Mr. Baker, what is the amount of relief being requested?
The delta would be 43 parking spaces based off of that calculation.
And in your experience and in your opinion, based on your work with various warehouse and distribution facilities, is the proposed 58 parking spaces sufficient based on similar needs of tenants in the Lehigh Valley?
Yes, both through discussion with the applicant, as was mentioned, and again, just sort of thinking of this from a relative scale standpoint with the buildings that we're talking about here. I know you asked the question earlier about if we were to restrict to the certain number of employees, based on 58 parking spaces that we have, if we were to run that calculation based off of the city's ordinance and we knew the employee count, that would allow us, by my calculation, up to 87 employees for that site, which is more than what we are currently asking for in terms of employee count on a building that's 2 times larger on Lot A. So again, we do feel that from a scale standpoint that this is reasonable, and it does allow us some more room on the site to not have impervious coverage, and allow us some more flexibility to do other things.
And are there any physical characteristics of the property that impact development?
Yeah, there's a significant grade differential across the site. If you've driven by there, you may just see it from 412. If you're looking into the site, there are portions of that site that go up about 30 feet or more in some areas, all the way to where that rail line runs along the backside of it. You can also see that there's some large mounds that are there today of some existing material that will need to be moved or removed from the site. And there are at the 2 corners of the site, there are some portions of floodplain. When I say the 2 corners, the one at the corner of Commerce Center Boulevard and Hellertown Road, there's a small section of floodplain that touches there. And then at the northwest corner of the property, where there is a small stream crossing there is a portion of floodplain there as well. So those are things that we need to take into account as part of our design.
And as Mr. Baker testified, the project obviously will require land development plan approval.
Yes.
And will the stormwater design be determined during that review process?
Yes, it will.
Will also the site lighting and, as you previously testified, landscaping be developed during that process?
Yes.
Other than the variance for the parking and the special exception use approval, does the proposed development meet the required minimum lot setbacks, coverage, and related building requirements?
Yes, it does.
In fact, is the amount of proposed impervious coverage significantly less than what would otherwise be permitted?
Yes, by ordinance, we're allowed up to 90% impervious coverage on this site. What we're proposing is approximately 67%, so a reduction of about 23% over what is technically allowed.
And will the project be developed in accordance with the comprehensive plan?
Yes, I read through the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan specifically actually discusses LVIP and LVIP 7, the types of uses that are there. It notes that LVIP 7 is being developed for office, industrial, and distribution companies with an intermodal rail and truck terminal. That is what is stated in the comprehensive plan.
And are the proposed uses consistent with the spirit, purposes, and intent of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, I believe so.
That's all the questions I have of Mr. Chartrand.
Okay. Do you have any questions for? Okay.
I'm good.
You do?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Attorney?
Just briefly, Mr. Chartres, are you familiar with the subject property?
I am.
What physical conditions affect the subject property that would prevent the proposed warehouse for Lot B from simply being reduced in size to the point at which you had sufficient available square footage to comply with the parking?
Well, I think there's definitely a narrowing of the lot itself as we go from south to north. And like I mentioned previously, we're fairly pinched there relative to the floodplain, being able to circulate that building to the back side of it, and be able to have, loading doors at that particular point. We've looked at different alternate layouts associated with this. And it's really, there's not much area that we could really trade there, even in reducing the size of the building. Beyond that point, it becomes almost unusable as the type of building that we're proposing. So again, in speaking with the applicant and speaking with the landowner here, we felt that the amount of parking being proposed was more than sufficient for that type of building size. Whether, again, it's self-limiting in terms of who we can market that to, it may be, but we felt that it was safe and was able to be constructed in this manner and would be able to serve the building as such.
had referred to steep slopes. Are there the steep slopes that you referred to, are those steep slopes located on Lot B itself?
Yes, both on Lot A and on Lot B, but there's a significant portion on Lot B where in that area where you see the loading docks and the space behind for the maneuverability of the trucks, that's where the site really starts to kind of pick up in the back. We do anticipate that there will be a need for retaining walls in order to be able to construct portions of this site. But there is a significant challenge there as it's presented with grade.
Understood. Thank you.
All right,
You have
just
one more
one
witness.
more, yep, he'll be relatively quick. Can you state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, John Wichner, Wichner.
And Mr. Wishner, where do you work?
I am a branch manager with Bowman Consulting located in Allentown, Pennsylvania, specializing in transportation engineering.
And are you a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I am.
And was Bowman retained by the applicant to assist with traffic related matters for the project?
Yes, we were.
Will that include the preparation of a traffic impact study that will be reviewed as required during the land development plan process?
Yes, based on requirements by both the city of Bethlehem as well as PennDOT.
And are you familiar with LVIP 7?
Yes, I am.
And was LVIP 7 designed to accommodate traffic flow associated with warehouse distribution uses?
Yes, based upon the design of Commerce Center Boulevard, Route 412, the signalized intersection, turning lanes, things of that nature. The infrastructure is there to accommodate not only existing uses, similar uses, but as well as the proposed use.
And in your opinion, will the proposed uses create any kind of hazard to public safety from a traffic standpoint?
No, based upon the infrastructure, which I just had mentioned, Commerce Center Boulevard, traffic signal, and 412, we also looked at truck turning templates for these intersections and specifically the driveways themselves, and they all accommodate the anticipated size trucks that would be generated by this site.
And with regard to Lot B and the parking variance request, is the proposed parking for Lot B supported by the ITE standards?
Yes, in the transportation world, we typically determine parking demand based upon referencing the Parking Generation Manual, the 6th edition issued by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE for short. They utilize data from existing sites throughout the country, and it allows us to utilize the independent variable, either square footage or number of employees, to determine the parking demand.
And does using those standards provide a statistically accurate estimate for parking demand for similar type of facilities?
Yes, based upon the parking generation manual by ITE, specific for this site or Lot B, we were able to use the square footage as an independent variable, and there's a couple of different ways we can do that. Statistically speaking, using the average rate of the peak parking demand for existing uses, this site would anticipate to demand approximately 37 parking spaces. Using the fitted a curve equation, again, another statistical method, we would anticipate this building to require 34 spaces. We then went one step further to take a look at what ITE calls the 95th% confidence level, which is the range where there's a 95% likelihood that the parking demand would fall. Based upon ITE data, that range is between 29 parking spaces and 46 parking spaces. All of these calculations supported by ITE are well below the 58 proposed parking spaces.
And then as another form of comparison, are you familiar with other Petrucci projects and the amount of parking provided for a similar size building as is proposed for Lot B?
Yes. So normally we stop with the ITE parking generation and parking demand calculations using square footage. I think one of the benefits here that we have is that we have an applicant that has done quite a number of projects here in the Lehigh Valley and Pennsylvania and in the New Jersey market. We looked at approximately 9 buildings within their portfolio in the PA, New Jersey market, ranging from about 37,000 square feet to about 240,000 square feet. And each of those buildings have a certain number of employees. Based upon their entire portfolio, these tenants on average have about 0.4 employees per 1,000 square feet. And that's the type of tenant that they have in their existing portfolio and that they would be marketing to on this site. If we then take that typical tenant, typical 0.4 employees per 1,000 square feet, and applied it to Lot B, we would anticipate about 40 employees. We are then able to use that as an independent variable, again, using ITE methodologies. And this building would generate or demand approximately 31 spaces using the average rate. It would demand approximately 29 spaces using the fitted curve equation. And again, going back to the 95% confidence interval, there's a 95% likelihood that a building with 40 employees, again, as a similar use, a similar type use as their rest of their portfolio, we would anticipate this building to demand between 26 and 36 parking spaces. And again, well below the 58 spaces that are proposed here.
So based on your analysis, in your opinion, would granting the requested parking variance create any adverse impacts on public health, safety, welfare, or the surrounding area?
No, it would not. Based upon the ITE calculations, the proposed parking spaces, and the similar uses in the applicant's portfolio, I do not see any adverse impact.
That's all the question I have of Mr. Wichner.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
So were there any studies that are widely accepted that you did that didn't meet or were less than 58 spots or more than 58 spots that didn't meet your testing requirements?
So the ITE has studied approximately 31 sites around the country of similar uses for as the use that's proposed here, and that average rate, both average rate and the fitted curve regression analysis shows parking demand significantly less than 58 spaces. I believe there were one or two data points that were outliers, and that may not fit the proposed parking spaces. But again, that kind of goes back to an outlier of a particular building, maybe in Texas, maybe in New Jersey, something like that. But of the 31 sites studied, we kind of take that data as a very large sample size, and that shows a significantly less parking demand than the 58 that are proposed here.
And coupled with this particular developer's track record.
Exactly. And that's really good information that I had at my fingertips, that really kind of supports not only the opinions from my experience, but also backs up the ITE data.
No, not for this witness.
Okay, are there any questions from the audience? Are there any comments from the audience for this? Okay, any closing remarks before we go off?
I know you have a long agenda, so we'd just like to formally submit our exhibits into evidence.
And Attorney Durso, are you also okay with the application being considered part of the record?
Yes, thank you.
Do you rest?
We rest, yes.
And I know that Madam Chairwoman always already asked, but just to put a finer point on it, are there any objectors to any of the relief being sought by the applicant that want to put an objection on the record tonight? And Madam Chairwoman, if I could just briefly ask some housekeeping questions of the zoning officer.
Sure.
Mr. Taylor, you've already been sworn. Good evening. Have you been the zoning officer for Bethlehem City at all relevant times in connection with this appeal?
I've been appointed zoning officer beginning of September, which was a few weeks before this was submitted. Yes.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the subject property and the case file on this matter that the Bethlehem Planning and Zoning Department have on the file?
I have familiarized myself with the zoning hearing board application. Yes.
And was the hearing advertised and appropriate notice provided as required by the zoning ordinance, the MPC, and the rules of the zoning board so that the zoning board can properly hear the matter on the merits tonight?
Yes, it was.
Did the applicant make all submissions required under applicable law to enable the board to make a decision on the merits tonight?
I believe they did.
And I believe you may have already included this memo may already be in the file, but was a did the planning commission or other municipal review required by section 132202 of the zoning ordinance was any such reviews required?
Um, Yes,
Okay, and were those reviews performed?
yes.
And are there any concerns from the Bethlehem City Zoning Department that what's being proposed could be construed as a trucking terminal or other prohibited use in the IR district?
No, there are no concerns.
And does the zoning ordinance allow or enable all street parking space requirements to be satisfied by way of a separate parcel of land owned or controlled by an applicant?
And under certain conditions, yes.
And you heard the testimony tonight where basically the applicant has indicated that they're amenable to providing a cross easement in favor of Lot B on Lot A to provide for any deficiency in parking.
Yes,
And would that be acceptable from your perspective as a zoning officer?
it would.
And does the City of Bethlehem Planning and Zoning Department have any particularized concerns about applicant's proposed use or development for this property?
No,
And do you have any particular conditions that you would want the zoning department would want the board to consider in connection with the appeal?
not at this time.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to add to aid the board in its consideration?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
Can I get a motion and we go into executive session?
Can I get it?
So moved.
A motion to go in executive
Is there a
session?
second? Okay. All right, we're going to go off the record.
He's a senior in high school.
Even better.
Okay, we're back on the record.
Yeah.
I can get a motion from the board.
Sure, and we're going to do two motions, one for the special exception and one for the variance, and the variance will be first. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance for the 43 spaces with language per our solicitor.
All right, so I will give it a shot, but ultimately it is the prerogative of the board to reject or alter whatever I say. So the example motion would be to be a motion to grant a variance pursuant to 1319.01 subpart A, subpart 40 as to off-street parking as it relates to Lot B of the property in the amount of 43 spaces under and subject to the following conditions. The number of employees that shall work or operate out of Lot B shall not exceed the maximum number of available parking spaces located on Lot B as may be permitted under the zoning ordinance calculation. For example, the testimony was that there would be 87 employees, 58 parking spaces would be sufficient to support 87 employees working out of Lot B. That's an example, but if the number of employees change, then the number of available parking spaces would alter to conform with the zoning ordinance. So that would be the condition.
Might I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Dave, do you read the roll, please?
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes,
Ms. Ritter,
Yes.
motion carries.
second part of the motion.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve the special exception at 2141 Commerce Boulevard.
Second, please.
Second.
Board wish to put any conditions on said motion?
Only the condition that they build what was presented this evening.
Would the board like me to go over the language that the board has used in the past?
Sure.
Okay, so in the past with warehouses, the condition number 1 would be the development and use of the subject property shall occur in strict conformance with applicants' exhibits and testimony in this appeal, including but not limited to the engineering or site plans presented. Condition 2 would be the applicant's development and use of the subject property shall occur in strict conformance with all applicable local, state, and federal law. An applicant shall ensure that any owner, operator, tenant, or occupants of the subject property shall be bound by the conditions of the relief granted in connection with this appeal.
You seconded already, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. Read the roll, please.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Ritter,
Yes.
carries.
Okay, you're approved.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much. So
Thank you, Attorney Strack. '23 North New Street. No one is representing North New Street.
So I would have him read the notice.
23 North New Street is the appeal of, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name, of Lisa Daob for a special exception to convert one non-conforming use, a photography studio, to another non-conforming use, a personal services hair salon, per zoning ordinance sections 1323.07, 1325.07, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
Is Ms. Dayoub or anyone here on behalf of the applicant in this matter? Ms. Chairwoman, it is my recommendation, since the applicant has not attended the hearing, that a motion be made to deny the requested relief.
Can I get a motion from the board, please?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to deny requested relief at 823 North New Street.
Second, please.
Second.
Dave?
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Britter,
Yes.
Okay, moving on, our next appeal is 117 East 4th Street. Could you just tell us when your property was posted, please?
October 11, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Dave, if you would read the appeal.
the appeal of Fast Signs of Allentown on behalf of Surface Construction for interpretation of zoning ordinance section 1320.09 small a2 I, a single I, that vertical height limitations only apply to signs projecting greater than 3 inches horizontal, and that a de minimis variance to permit two signs projecting 3.5 inches and 6.5 inches from the building face. Or alternatively, applicant seeks a variance to permit one sign at a height of 77 feet and another at 70 feet. Sections 1320.09 A2, single I, 1325.06, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
And you may proceed when you're.
Thank you. If I may, I'm just going to hand up a copy of the relevant sections of the ordinance in case you don't have them.
We do, that's fine.
I don't need to flatter you with any.
If any of the board members want to,
I think we have it.
we all have them.
Thank you. And can you state your name, please?
Cheryl Green, Green.
And Ms. Green, by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Fast Signs Allentown, and I'm a sales representative.
And is Fast Signs an authorized agent on behalf of the owner of the property?
Yes, we are.
And the owner of the property is 117 E 4th with the number 4 TH space Q0ZB space P0 LLC.
Yes,
And the property at issue here is at 117 East 4th Street in the city of Bethlehem. Is that correct?
yes,
And it is in the CB Central Business Zoning District. Is that correct?
yes,
And it is also in the South Bethlehem Historic Conservation District. Is that
Yes.
correct? And then finally, the property is 22,400 square feet and it's 0.5142 acres. Is that correct?
yes,
All right. Now, with that as a background, and you are familiar with the property, is that correct?
yes.
I'm going to show you what a much larger diagram is, what's been marked in the applicant's packet as Exhibit A1. And can you identify that, please?
This is the subject property.
And where is and what is the street in front of the property?
It's
What's the name of that street?
4th Street.
East 4th
Yes,
Street?
yes.
And is this considered the front of the property?
Correct.
Is this actually what the property looks like right now?
It's under construction.
All right, so this is a rendering of what it will look like upon
Correct.
completion of the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we are looking at what side of the building, the north or the south, the east or the west?
We're looking at the south side in this particular
Now, the
rendering.
proposed signs that are at issue here are actually not on the south side of the building.
Correct.
Is that correct? I'm now going to show you what is marked as Exhibit A2 in the applicant's packet. And again, I have a much larger diagram in front of you. Can you identify that for the record, please?
The north side of the building.
Okay. The north side is also,
The,
in another way of looking at it, is the rear
the
of the
rear
property.
building.
But there is actually an entrance and exit into the rear of the property as well. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the two signs at issue are proposed to be on the north side of the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those signs would be, if we looked at the very top, there's something that appears to be an M, and underneath that, the words "The Marshal." Is that correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you what is marked in the applicant's packet as Exhibit A-3. Can you identify that, please?
That would be the logo, the customer's logo.
Okay, and to speed matters up, it sits at its height, at a 77-foot height. Is that
Correct.
correct?
At the top, yes.
And if we look going down the side, it'll extend 48 inches or 4 feet down. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's going from 77 to 73.
Correct.
All right. Now, can you explain what this is and how it is attached? And you've got props here to show
Props.
them if they want to see it.
Yes, so that will be a halo lit sign. So I have an example of a halo lit number here. So this is what will be seen from the street. This part right here that I'm going to turn around to show you how it works will be facing the building. So a halo lit sign has LED lights on the inside. The LED lights shine against the white background inside the aluminum case here and bounce back onto the building, creating a halo effect of, in this case, the 6 would be the halo. So in the case of the logo, the only thing that will be seen is the logo on the inside that's cut out and the shape of the outside
And how is this attached to the building itself?
by masonry screws.
Okay. And is there something known as a standoff?
Yes.
And can you
So
explain what a standoff is?
sure. So we are going to put a 1.5-inch standoff, which is like a piece of conduit, so that this sits away from the building, so that when the light shines back and bounces off the building, you can see it. Because otherwise, if it was flush against the building, no light would come out.
And just so the board members have an idea of what you're talking about, the halo light, if we went back to Exhibit A1, we can see a rendering of halo lights
Correct.
there.
Correct.
In other words, the light shines straight down almost.
It shines actually straight at the building.
Okay.
Yes, it does not project outward.
Now, the total projection for this logo is how many inches, including the standoff?
The sign itself is 2 inches. The standoff is 1.5. The total projection is 3.5.
So you're a half an inch over the requirement here
Correct.
for that sign.
For that sign.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked in the applicant's packet as Exhibit A4 and ask if you can identify that, please.
That is a halo lit sign on a pan,
Okay.
an aluminum pan.
And that's the Marshall sign we're talking about.
Correct.
And to get ourselves a bearing, it begins at a 70-foot level. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then
Extends
following
down. Mhm.
an additional 28 and a half feet. So it ends up about,
Now,
if my math is correct,
these are 28.5 letters. It's
I'm sorry.
27 feet.
27 feet down.
Correct.
So it gets to the 43-foot level.
Correct.
All right. Now, how is this particular sign attached to the building?
So it is the same halo lit that I just explained for the logo. So each letter would be this same makeup, except for instead of being directly attached to the building like the logo, this one will be attached to an aluminum pan, which I have an example here. So the letter would sit like this, about 1.5 inches, not about 1.5 inches off the pan. So instead of the light bouncing off the building, in this case, the light is going to bounce off the pan, which will be the same color as the building to match.
Now, explain how this particular sign is attached to the building.
So this sign would be, this pan would be attached to the building with the masonry screws. Each letter would be attached to the pan with the standoffs. So the reason for that is because when we attach a halo lit sign to a building, Each letter or object has its own whip. This is called a whip that needs to get pushed through the building. This pan allows us to put all the whips inside of it. It acts as a raceway, and that way only one whip needs to go into the building.
How many inches in total project out from the building, and explain how you get to that number?
Sure. So this is actually the same width pan. This is a 2-inch pan. Then you would have the 1.5-inch standoff, and then you would have, this is actually a 3-inch example, but you would have a 2-inch letter that gets attached to that. So actually, it's 5.5 inches that would be projected.
Even though the application noted it was 6.5,
Correct.
and it was read that way, it's actually a total of 5.5 inches.
Correct.
2.5 inches over the requirement.
Correct.
Now, is there any way possible to put this sign within an 8-foot to a 25, these two signs within that minimum of 8 feet up to a maximum of 25 feet?
No, because the sign itself is 27 feet tall.
Okay. That's all the questions I have of this witness. I have another witness who will get into some other issues.
Okay. Questions from the board about the sign?
Sure. You can educate me a little bit about the halo signs, and I'm assuming that there are very specific reasons why you need, let's just say, 1.5 inches instead of 1 inch standoff from the back.
You need enough room for the light to broaden and bounce off of the subsurface.
To create the halo
Correct.
beyond, I'm going to say, the outline of the actual sign.
Correct. And the reason being it's bouncing off on the inside. So if we had lights right here that shown directly onto that, you would just see the two little lights. So it's specifically needs room to bounce off of the inside white panel onto the substrate, the building or the pan.
So that 1.5 inches is a particular measurement that you have to hold.
Correct.
And then the depth of your actual sign too, is that required to hold all the components that are?
Yeah,
in
that's a minimum for the halo lit.
Mm.
Yeah, the intricates of it. Yes. This is a 3-inch example, as I said, but this is 2-inch pan and it would be a 2-inch letter as well.
And speaking of a halo sign and a lighted sign in general, why does this building need a lighted sign?
I think
Well,
he's gonna.
if we can direct that
Yep.
to the next witness, but
Yeah.
that question's coming. Thank you
Yes.
for anticipating that.
But if it wasn't lighted, it could be thinner, I guess is the question.
Not for the visibility purposes, it would still need to be
All
a
right.
2-inch. The larger the letter, the thicker it needs to be properly visible.
So on the larger sign, the taller sign, there's a pan in the back, and does that get mounted basically flush with the facade of the building?
Correct.
So if you took the sign off, that could almost look like part of the facade.
Yes.
On some buildings, there's probably facades that
Correct.
have features
Especially
that
since it will
bump
be
out 2 inches.
painted the same color to match the brick. Yes.
So really, we're just talking about, again, the 3.5 inches.
Correct.
Okay.
But the effect you're after is like a soft backlight to the letters, right? But when you say halo, it's like a soft light.
It is. It is. Yep. It's a very soft light and it's projecting inward versus out.
Correct. Okay.
Yes.
That's all I got.
And just so we're clear, if I can follow up actually on one of Mr. Schneck's questions, there is a rear entrance for tenants at that building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the only light right around those proposed, the proposed lettering with the halo effect is the only light right off of the building? Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Other questions? Okay. You had another witness?
Yes.
Mm.
Sorry.
Are any members of the public here for this hearing? Okay, thank you.
And would you state your name and spell both your first name and your last name?
Hi, my name is Zain Basma. Zeinbasma.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm the project designer with Surface Design, who worked on this building.
And you've been involved in the entire approval process?
Correct. I've been part of the approval process and also part of all the historic board meetings.
And we'll get back to that in a moment. In terms, and you're familiar with the property itself, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
The north facade, it's 136 feet in width, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And just so we're clear, it's 136 by 160 feet in depth, the entire building, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, in terms of the rear facade, or I'm calling it the north facade where the proposed signs are going, is there anything unusual about the topography in that area?
Yes, the topography of that area is the building is leveled at the 4th Street, and when it gets back to the back of the building, you have the greenway that passes on the back of the building, which drops up to around 7 feet, and it keeps sloping downwards towards, I believe, Mechanic Street.
So we can put some more teeth to this. The building itself sits the north side of the building, at least that central portion, sits 7 feet below
The front.
The south side of the building. Is that
Correct.
And then beyond that, there is a greenway. Is that correct?
Yes,
A
correct.
City of Bethlehem Greenway.
Correct.
And are there trees on that greenway?
Yeah, I believe there's 2 rows of trees.
2 rows of trees. And beyond that, even, then you get to a municipal parking lot.
Yes, correct.
And then finally, you get to Mechanic Street.
Correct.
And does the topography of that land continue to slope, using your phrase, downward until you get to Mechanic Street?
Yes, that's correct.
If somehow we could squish this sign into an area between the 8 feet and the 25 feet allowed in the ordinance, or put any sign there, would it actually be visible to anybody?
I believe it would be barely visible.
It would be barely visible only to those people walking right up against the building.
Yes, correct.
Would it be visible to anyone on the traveling public on Mechanic Street?
No,
Would it be visible to anyone beyond that area?
I don't think so.
And to follow up on Mr. Schneck's question, why is a light even needed back there?
I believe it's mostly to identify the building from far, especially that it's a student housing, in a student housing area.
Yeah, let me follow up on that. This was the former Boys and Girls Club building.
Correct.
And what is it actually going to be used for?
It's meant to be student housing, mostly dedicated for the Lehigh University students.
Okay, and there are apartment 76 units in there.
Correct.
And then
76
there's
apartment
retail
units.
space set aside on each side of the building.
Yeah, on the front there's 2 retail spaces.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were also you've attended the historical commission meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
At this point, has the historical commission approved the signage yet?
They have seen the signage, but they have not approved them yet, as they wanted us to go through the zoning board first.
So you understand that if the zoning hearing board is to grant a variance, they might want to attach a condition that is subject to approval from the historical commission.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have no problem with that being attached as a condition here. Is that correct?
No.
And you said they've seen the signage. Have they expressed any opposition to it and said, don't come back with this signage?
There has been no opposition, just some particularities about the attachment and how the aesthetics that the historic board might need to look at
And being
closely.
familiar with the area, are there other buildings in the area that have signs that exceed the 25-foot limit as well?
Yes. I mean, the major signage there would be probably Lehigh University, who have a signage there.
And would approval of this of the variance request alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
I don't think so.
And is that the least amount of relief that's required to get it to that get it to the signs to those levels so that they can be seen?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have of this.
Okay. Do you have any more witnesses?
No.
Any more questions from the board?
I don't.
No, Pete?
You keep saying that it wouldn't fit in the 8 to 25 foot. I'm assuming that is because it's a vertical sign.
You said it's 27.
Is there any reason why it can't be a horizontal sign?
I believe I believe because of like how the windows are aligned and so on. If you want to have it just aesthetically, would be better for it to be vertically.
Okay, and then going back to the lighted sign, are there hours that it's going to be off?
I believe in the morning time, it would be off.
But do you know what if we set a stipulation that it had to go off at a certain time? Would that be okay?
I think that would be okay, as long as the night times are on, like sunset through nighttime.
Dawn to dusk kind of deal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe that should be fine.
And also, we have no opposition to that condition. I'm sure you can be respectful that it's geared towards students who might.
Be out late.
You said that, not me. But we all understand one another.
Yeah.
Yeah. And their safety is paramount. So if you want to attach a condition, that's fine. but you
So
have
this
to
is
keep that in mind.
So I guess the purpose, what we're kind of saying, it's almost like a wayfinding sign for students to make it back to where they're living.
Yeah, mostly to identify the building in the area that they are heading to. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions from the audience? This project? Any comments about the project?
I just wanted to clarify. I just want.
Oh, sir, I don't ask you when that you have a question.
Well, I just wanted to make sure the board understood that because it was a 2-point request. They're asking for an interpretation and or a variance. It's the zoning. It's my position that they're talking about needing a variance or de minimis based on how far the sign's projecting from the building.
Right.
And from that, then they get exceptions to the clearance if they maintain that 3 inches. It's our position that we're the city's position that clearance is the initial 8 feet. It's not the height above 25 feet. In other words, if they kept it in only 3 inches from the building, they could go from 0 to 25. They would still need a variance for above 25 is our position. So.
Okay, understood.
So Mr. Taylor and I have indeed discussed this issue.
Yes.
And while I respect what he says, it says to the vertical clearance limit. I don't know if that refers to the 25 feet or not. We take the position that if you're 3 inches or less, then you can go as high as you want there. That's how we interpret it. And therefore, when one of them is only a half an inch above and the other one is only 2.5 inches above, we would argue that would be a de minimis variance. If that is not your interpretation, then we would simply ask for a dimensional variance anyhow for the height. And I understand exactly where Mr. Taylor's coming from.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Okay, do you have any more final comments or?
No, thank you.
Okay. right.
Other than I'd move for the record and for the admission of the exhibits.
Yeah, so admit it, and we will mark the application materials as ZHB1 with the public notice and all related information.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go off the record. Be right back.
Yeah, no.
Back on.
Okay, we're back on the record. If I can get a motion from the board, please.
Sure, we're going to make two motions. First for the interpretation. So I'd like to make a motion to deny the interpretation.
Can I get a second?
I have a question.
Yes.
Would I be seconding?
Yeah.
Even though I'm.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, you
all
can
right.
second.
Yes,
Okay,
Yep.
second.
the motion is to deny the interpretation. Yes. Dave?
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Ritter.
No,
All right, the second motion will be for the variance, and I'd like to make a motion to deny the request for the variance.
second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Ritter.
No.
So your request has been denied. You'll receive a written decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next appeal is 1220 Prospect Avenue. Well, right over there.
So one housekeeping item while they're coming up. Is there anyone in the audience that's here to speak on or to testify related to this variance? If you are, please raise your hand.
Say that again?
Is there anyone here in the audience that's going to object to or ask questions relating to this variance?
Yeah.
Please raise your hand if you are.
Over here.
All right, everyone who just raised their hand, have you been sworn in? We did that earlier. Okay, so I'd like to have the witnesses again stand to be sworn in. And please make sure if you,
Yes, for
Yeah.
all.
yeah, all if possible. And if you've not done so, please stand. If you're here for this application, we want to make sure that there's been people coming in now. We want to make sure everyone's sworn in. And also before she does the oath, please also come up. There's a piece of paper up here, which is a sign-in sheet for that. So go ahead.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now before this board shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You do so swear or affirm? Yes.
And sorry, you're an attorney here tonight for this?
I wish I was an attorney. I'm not.
Okay,
We'll introduce ourselves if that's okay.
that's fine.
Sal Verastro. I'm with Spillman Farmer Architects.
My name is Kim Fiorentino, and I am the Secretary for Administration for the Diocese of Allentown.
My name is Christopher Wharton. It's Worton, and I'm an architect at Spillman Farmer Architects.
Okay, so stay there. Let's go through a normal process.
Right, you just tell us when the property was posted, please.
October 11th, Friday, October 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
If you read the appeal, please.
It's for 1220 Prospect Ave, excuse me, 1220 Prospect Avenue. The Roman Catholic Diocese of Allentown requests a variance to permit the establishment of a non-permitted boarding house in the RS zoning district in a former personal care home and to reduce off-street parking requirements. Zoning ordinance sections 1304, 041, I think I'm wearing the wrong pair of glasses. Zoning ordinance section 1304.01B, 1319.02B6, 1325.06, and 1325.07, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
Thank you.
So real quick, let me do one little housekeeping thing before we start, because we have a lot of people in the audience that are interested in this case. So the way this process will work is that they are going to present their evidence relative to the variances that they are requesting. They'll present testimony, they'll present exhibits. After each one of their witnesses, if you intend to, you have the right to ask them questions with regard to the evidence they present, cross-examination. The reason I'm saying that is at that moment, that is limited to questions. That's not when you come up. If you want to make a statement, an objection to it, you're going to have a chance to do that. It's just not then. It's kind of like a trial where they present evidence, you cross-examine, they close their case, and then you will have the opportunity to present your evidence. And that's when you'll have the opportunity to come up to the podium and make those statements. So when you're asking questions, if we ask you to please limit it to questions, that's why. It's not us saying don't talk. It's us just saying we're here for questions at that moment. Okay? So with that, we'll turn over to them.
Okay, please proceed.
So as mentioned, my name is Christopher Warren. I'm going to just give a narrative describing why we're here tonight. And then also I'll cite some of the relevant documents that were provided. So as David said, we're here tonight to seek one, a variance from Article 1304-01B to permit the establishment of a non-permitted use, which is a boarding rooming house in the single-family residential district in which it resides. And two, a variance from Article 13-1902-B6 to allow for a reduction in the number of off-street parking spaces required for a boarding rooming house. So the Roman Catholic Diocese of Allentown is the owner and user of the property at 1220 Prospect Avenue, also known as the Trexler Pavilion. The property is a little over an acre in size and is located in a single-family residential district, as I mentioned. The property is also located in the Mount Airy Historic District. The single-family residence on the property was converted into a lawful special exception use in 1992 as a personal care residence for the elderly. The care residence closed in 2019 and has been vacant since its closure. The applicant, the Diocese of Allentown, is proposing to convert the use on the property to a boarding rooming house. So in short, the applicant is proposing to convert the use on the property from one lawful special exception use to a non-permitted use. There will be no change to the external appearance of the existing building to accommodate the proposed change in use. It must be noted that those proposed to be housed in the boarding rooming house will only be teachers employed by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Allentown, and the interior renovation of the existing building is solely to provide housing for those educators of the diocese. We believe the proposed non-permitted use will not have a greater impact on the neighborhood than the previous lawful special exception use. The original use, a personal care residence, accommodated 16 persons full-time. In addition to this number, the original facility previously employed care staff. The proposed use as a boarding rooming house for teachers employed by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Allentown will accommodate 13 persons full-time. In addition to this number, there will be occasional staff such as kitchen and janitorial staff. The applicant believes that the software relief is reasonable based upon physical circumstances of the property. Furthermore, the applicant believes the proposed variances are sufficient for the proposed use. Now I will discuss in a little greater detail the two variances we are seeking relief from. So one, the first relief sought is to allow the establishment of a boarding rooming house in the single-family residential district in which it resides. As previously stated, the proposed boarding house rooming house will only be for teachers employed by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Allentown. These tenants will sign a lease with the applicant, the terms and duration of which will be determined by the applicant as the landlord. The tenants are not transient. Moreover, should a tenant resign from their teaching duties with the diocese, or should a tenant be dismissed by the diocese, the lease between landlord and the tenant will be terminated, and the tenant will be required to vacate the property within a set number of days determined by the landlord. The building on the property is proposed to be a, and I quote, boarding house, rooming house per Article 1302.13. The article defines a boarding or rooming house as, and I quote from the zoning ordinance, a dwelling in which at least 2 rooms are offered for rent, payable in money or other consideration, whether or not meals are furnished to lodgers, and in which no transients are accommodated and no public restaurant is maintained. A school or college dormitory, fraternity or sorority house, membership club with residents, and other similar uses are not deemed a boarding or rooming house, end quote. This is really the best definition that encapsulates the proposed non-permitted use. And I know that a boarding rooming house may appear as a kind of a scary term, but based on this kind of definition in the ordinance, this is how we are terming this proposed use. Except for one proposed 1-bedroom, also known as a dwelling unit in the building, all remaining rooms are intended to be sleeping units, each for a single individual only. And the difference between a dwelling unit and a sleeping unit is a sleeping unit does not have a kitchen. It just has a room to live in essentially, and it also each proposed sleeping unit has a bathroom. As a boarding rooming house, the building will comply with the provisions stated in Article 1322, additional requirements for specific uses. These include the following: 1322-03H1, which requires a minimum lot area of 15,000 square feet. The property lot area is 44,432 square feet. Article 1322-03H2 requires minimum side yard setbacks of 15 feet on each side. The setbacks all exceed these dimensions. Article 1322-03H3 permits a maximum density of 3,000 square feet of lot area per unit. Current lot area size permits a maximum of 14 persons. And these three articles I just highlighted can be found on document SD 100A as part of the submission package. Finally, Article 1322-03H4, building must comply with occupancy limits set forth in the property maintenance code. These essentially, the proposed use will comply with all of these, including light requirements, ventilation requirements, minimum room widths for all the sleeping units and for the apartment unit. And that's all documented on the sheets SD 101, SD 102, SD 103 on the submission package. Lastly, in regards to this variance that we're seeking, I just want to state that it is our understanding that the city would inspect this building should the relief be granted on a yearly basis to ensure the property rents sleeping units out only to educators of the diocese. The second relief sought tonight is to allow for a reduction in the number of off-street parking spaces required for a boarding rooming house. Article 1319-01A 33, rooming and boarding houses requires, and I quote, one off-street parking space for each sleeping unit to be occupied by roomers or boarders, plus one space for each dwelling unit on the premises, plus one additional space for every two persons regularly employed on the premises, end quote. Per this requirement, 13 off-street parking spaces are required. That's 11 spaces for the 11 sleeping units, one space for the single dwelling unit, and one space for every two staff members. In addition to Article 1319-02N1 requires one ADA accessible parking space, van accessible, for between 1 to 25 spaces required for the proposed use. Therefore, 14 off-street parking spaces are required for the proposed use. However, to accommodate the 14 off-street parking spaces, several natural features would need to be removed from the site, specifically several large trees. To remove any natural features from the site would not only destroy the character of the existing plot of land, but it would also have a detrimental impact on the overall neighborhood's character. For Article 1319-22B6A, an applicant can seek a reduction in the amount of off-street parking spaces required to minimize the amount of land covered by paving. The applicant proposes the off-street parking requirement be reduced to one parking space from the required 14 parking spaces. This single off-street parking space will be the required ADA accessible parking space. Tenants of the building would thus essentially be required to park on street. So per Article 1319-22B6C, the applicant, and I quote from the ordinance, shall provide evidence justifying the proposed reduced number of spaces, end quote. Data compiled by myself over a week in July showed few vehicles park on this block, and that's all highlighted in document SD 100B of the submission package. And this is due to the unique nature of the site. The building at 1220 Prospect Avenue, also known as the Trucks Pavilion, occupies a whole block in the neighborhood. Because of this, a reduction in the number of off-street parking spaces is not seen as an undue burden on the surrounding neighborhood. In short, tenants parking on-street will not have a negative impact on the neighborhood's current parking situation. A diminished off-street parking requirement, should it be granted, does not create any safety issues that we foresee and is adequate for the anticipated users of the property. Further, the personal care residence and prior to 1992-93 convent operated on the property for many years with no off-street parking spaces as well. The exhibits that, the documents that were included in the exhibit tonight essentially document the existing site through photos and drawings. Those were SD 001, SD002, SD100A, and SD100B. Also provided was zoning and building code information that was provided on document SD100C, and documents SD101, SD102, and SD103 are the proposed floor plans of 1220 Prospect Avenue, the interior arrangements. So to wrap up this description, the current property as of right now is a lawful use. The proposed non-permitted use, should it be granted by this board, will provide a benefit to the community by providing needed housing for young educators in Lehigh Valley. In the most basic terms, the proposed facility is a little different from how the existing facility functioned before it closed. The proposed facility will still house individuals in sleeping units, much as the previous elderly were housed, and before that, nuns were housed. In fact, the proposed use will have less sleeping units than what currently exists. To emphasize again, no residents in the proposed facility will be transients. All the educators will be signing a lease to occupy the premises. The diocese understands that if the proposed use were to house anyone other than educators, the requested relief, if granted, would be rescinded. The overall relief is therefore appropriate, we feel, as the circumstances of the property, which is to say the zone in which it resides, prevents strict compliance with current zoning regulations. Furthermore, the relief sought is the minimum relief required. In sum, the grant of this relief will not alter the essential character of the building, the neighborhood, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent properties, nor be detrimental to the public's health, safety, and welfare. For these reasons, the applicant requests the zoning board review and grant the requested relief. No, just the plans tonight.
You finished?
Yes.
Okay, questions from the board, please?
Yes, I have two questions.
Sure.
I think I might know the answer to the first one. What's the difference between a boarding house, rooming house, and an apartment?
I alluded to it a little earlier. So an apartment house, all the units are considered dwelling units, which means they have a living space, a bathroom, and a cooking area, a kitchen.
Mhm.
Whereas the sleeping or rooming does not have space within the living unit for cooking purposes. Yeah, so it would say it would have like a microwave and a refrigerator, but it would not have, say, a stove.
Oh.
So thank you. So that would make the difference. And if you were to then include that, it triggers a whole bunch of different requirements code-wise to name it an apartment.
And then secondly, where'd the need come from?
Great question.
The need for the educator housing?
So right now the questions are for him.
I'm
You
sorry.
can make your statement
Oh.
next.
Sorry.
Well, the need and
You can
is
also defer to another
oh,
witness
I will. Thank you. I will defer to Kim
when she testifies.
but I can maybe just give a brief description right now, I think.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's essentially kind of a way to not only provide. I think we all are aware that the cost of housing now. It's one to provide, students right out of school who are educators affordable units to live in. But two, it's also a way to incentivize educators to work for the Diocese of Allentown. And also, there's generally a lack of housing in the Lehigh Valley right now. So those three parts, I guess.
Also, then, how are these students vetted before they come in? You're saying they have to be recent college graduates?
Well, I'm going to defer to to Kim in her testimony on that.
Where are the schools that these teachers are going to be teaching at?
Again, I'll defer to Kim during her testimony.
Do you know if there's any public transportation available in the area? To those,
I'm mildly aware of public transportation. There's there's a bus line that runs along Broad Street, which is 2 to 3 blocks north, I would say. Which, I don't know the extent of the network, but there's a bus that runs along Broad Street, and I believe 8th Avenue.
And maybe it's for the next person, but that bus would get them close to potentially some of their work areas.
Potentially, yes. Yes.
So you went through and basically said why it sounds like there's enough room on the plot to put these spots.
Correct. I'm showing, I guess it's 13 units. It's 12 units, 11 sleeping units plus 1 apartment. And based on the zoning for boarding, rooming, and the size of the lot, we could potentially have 14, but 14 total. But the issue is the nature of the existing plan. There's a lot of load-bearing walls. So, and also the minimum living space size has to be 120 square feet. So, it's really not possible to get beyond what we're showing, the 11 sleeping units plus the 1 apartment.
I'm more asking about the parking spots.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't want to take away the natural features.
That's correct. It's, I would say, one of the defining characteristics of the neighborhood, the natural features themselves, and to knock down any natural features whatsoever would completely change the character of that portion of the neighborhood.
You said there's only 1 off-street parking, which you would make ADA compliant.
Correct.
It looks like there's labeled detached garage.
Yeah, there's so that's essentially right now it's an existing driveway that goes into the detached garage, but the spot itself wouldn't be within the garage. It would be
outside the
proud
garage. And that's not like a double.
No, based on the size, you can only get 1 van accessible. The minimum is you're testing me here. It would be at least 8 feet wide, and there's no way you can get a second spot. Yes, thank you.
I guess that's all I had.
Okay, and I take it that the residents would be sharing the kitchen?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, there's essentially, I guess, some multiple aspects to that, and I can speak to some of it, and then I think maybe Kim might mention some. But yes, there's 1 kitchen indicated, which would be for residents' use, and also potentially for bringing in someone to cook meals for the residents. And then 2, there's a kitchenette, which would alleviate. Obviously, you couldn't have several people trying to cook at once in 1 kitchen. So we're kind of providing 2 different areas for the residents to cook if needed.
There's not like a living cook or anything like that.
No.
Kind of like a dorm situation.
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to be clear about the relief. So point number 1 is you are seeking a special exception pursuant to Article 132307 to convert 1 pre-existing non-conforming use to another non-conforming use, correct?
Well, so that's that was from the original.
We reworded it in the ad.
No, the ad says that, but the board's materials that they were given, the original application references a special exception. Are you requesting a special exception tonight?
No, we're requesting the variance tonight to 13.
So this would be a use variance.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I have.
There's a question. So this does not fall under the special exception.
Correct. It was. Yes, the language prior to the advertisement, we talked to the applicant and discussed that this special exception was not appropriate because I believe the use, off the top of my head now, remembering the conversation from a week ago, the current use is a permitted use currently.
Okay, so it is not a pre-existing non-conforming use.
Yes.
So it's converting a conforming use to a non-conforming use.
Yes.
And the applicant does not contest that the requested relief tonight is a use variance, correct?
Where
So, so to the extent that the ad asks for a variance and not a special exception.
correct, the ad is correct.
The ad is correct.
Yes.
You're not asking
Thank you.
for a special exception.
Correct. Thank you.
So I have.
I have another
You're fine.
Is there going to be someone living in that apartment that's running the apartment?
At the time the apartment will be for a potential, say, married couple.
Oh, okay.
To accommodate, there might be the case where an educator is already married and wants to take this opportunity to move into the residence, and it would be for them because the sleeping units are strictly one person.
All right. Thank you.
Pete, you have something else? Okay, do you have another witness?
Well, so we need the questions for him. Yeah, so do me a favor, you can sit down.
Okay, just,
If you can grab a seat, that we need to have that podium open.
Sure.
And now if any members of the audience have questions, not statements, questions for the first witness. And I see hands. Okay, so why don't you come on up? When you come to the podium, please state your name and your address, please. And spell your name.
Hi, Justin Strasser, 359 10th Avenue, Strasser. Has there been a traffic study on any of the perimeter of that?
No, there's not
property?
been a traffic study. Other than the parking study I did myself.
Okay, comments later.
Yeah, comments later. Thank you.
anyone else with questions?
You know, I have a question. I'm not sure.
Do me a favor, come up and identify yourself, spell your name.
Hey, John McGeehan, 375 13th Avenue. It's my understanding this is a non-conforming use to an exception to a non-conforming use.
So let me make clear.
So let me say, I'm not done. Excuse me. I just want to look at this. Pursuant to Article 132307, to allow a non-conforming use to be changed to another non-conforming use.
So let me answer your question.
Yes.
That's the question I asked.
Yeah, and the-
Okay, and what they said is they are not seeking a special exception under that section. They are seeking a use variance.
Okay.
So that section is not applicable tonight.
All right. Can we can we have this meeting? This is what it was advertised. Are you telling me you're changing it or you're changing it?
No. So first off, I want to make clear right now, the questions are for this witness. If you have later on as a part of your comments, the board does not usually answer questions.
Okay.
But let me make clear what happened. They submitted an application that included a request for a special exception under the section that you referenced there.
Yes.
In talking to the zoning officer before this was advertised, the applicant and the zoning officer agreed that that section is not applicable.
Okay.
So the advertisement for the hearing tonight is for what is called a use variance.
Yes.
So to the extent that, I was confused in the same way you were.
Yes.
So, so tonight they're here for a use variance, which is different than that section. It's a higher burden than that section.
Maybe we might have to start this all over again because it sounded like the referees on this game, we didn't know they were going to play like this. I'll just sit down.
The notice says that it will be a use variance. We're here tonight for exactly what the notice said. Okay. I just want to be clear again, going forward, it's questions for the witness. I wanted to, I understand. Yeah, it's fine. So questions for the witness. All right.
You're so good. Yeah. Are there any more questions?
For the witness.
Are there any comments?
No, well, we'll do comments cumulatively at the end. Let's get them get to their witnesses and then we'll do
All
comments
right.
at the end.
All right, then our next witness.
Okay.
Good evening again. My name is Kim Fiorentino, F as in Frank, IORENTINO. I serve as the Secretary for Administration for the Diocese of Allentown. And we are really proud to present this concept to you in support of our Catholic schools that serve the people of the city of Bethlehem and really beyond. We know just everything that's happened in our culture and COVID and everything. Education is becoming even more challenging profession to work in, and we wanted to create a project that would help recruit and retain talented people to become educators in the Diocese of Allentown and in our Catholic schools. To answer somebody's question, the principal schools that really, the close-in schools that would benefit from this educator housing would be Holy Infancy, Bethlehem Catholic, Notre Dame, and St. Anne's. And all of these serve the city of Bethlehem community and serve families that can afford to pay the full tuition and families for which we create scholarships and other opportunities through EITC to provide this type of education that many families want. So the Trexler Pavilion is a stunning historic building, as I think somebody who commented was talking about how beautiful it is, and we want to maintain that beauty, and we want to enhance that beauty by putting the heart of educators inside of it. We have beautiful renderings of what the units look like. They're I would call them studio apartments. Really, I mean, that's not a technical zoning term, council, but they are lovely rooms with all personal bathrooms. They have a little, sort of like you were at a microwave, a little sink, a small refrigerator. So there's a lot of things you can do either by yourself or with Uber Eats or whatever. And then the communal kitchen. So, I mean, one of the hallmarks of this project is also to create community. A lot of young adults are, living by themselves or living with, maybe in their parents' basement or whatever, but to create an environment where educated young people can gather, can support each other. As I said, it's very hard to be a professional educator now. So to create that kind of environment is really another part, an exciting component of the project for us. There's beautiful community room where people can, watch shows together or listen to podcasts. There's beautiful outdoor space where people can maybe have a little Weber grill or just, enjoy the beautiful community that I'm assuming many of the people who are here live in. And another one of our aspirations also would be to create younger people opportunity to also visit with our seniors in the community at Holy Family Senior Living as well as the Villa, just to create that kind of intergenerational interaction. So that's kind of like the big picture of our concept. And I mentioned the schools that we were hoping to support, but there are also other schools within striking distance, like, for example, St. John Vianney in Allentown that also serves a very diverse community that we want to attract teachers to. So that's our goal. Unlike my colleagues, the architects, and I'm not a land use lawyer, so I can't get into the particulars. When I saw the word boarding house, the first thing I did was to call the architects and said, "We're not doing a boarding house. Like, why does it say that?" And it was explained to me that was a particular language of a code. Our goal is to provide a beautiful space in a beautiful community for young educators that are new to the Catholic school system. As Chris said, there will be a written lease requirement. There will be other parameters for the privilege of getting this into this community environment. We do have a manager of real estate and property for the Diocese of Allentown who would also be overseeing the maintenance and make sure things were okay. There would probably be some janitorial or maintenance staff to help to make sure interior communal spaces were kept very clean and beautiful. I mean, that's our goal. So those are some of our highlights. We're really excited about this. We view this as kind of hopefully the first of a very successful pilot program. We've already had another parish in Schuylkill County reach out to us about, we have unused properties that we'd like to reframe to create professional housing for our educators to support our Catholic schools. So I'm very grateful for your time. I'm very grateful in collaborating with all of our neighbors because our goal is to be to create and maintain the beautiful neighborhood that all of you call home, and to create homes for talented young educators in the city of Bethlehem.
Questions for this witness?
Yes. I wanted to know what the rent will be.
Yeah, we have not determined that yet. It's definitely our goal is to be at a very competitive, affordable price point. That's kind of the whole goal of the project. We have to look at the numbers for actually, what it's going to cost to operate the property, and we're, working with various professionals to do that. But I can tell you that it will, our goal, because our teacher salaries are lower than public school salaries. So as an incentive to recruit educators to work for the Catholic schools, this is one of the things we want to create a system to provide.
And I asked the other gentleman before, how do you vet the students?
Well, we have rigorous background checks for employment for all of us who work for the Diocese of Allentown, just normal background checks, but also for our stellar child protection program. So we all have to go through FBI background checks. We go through Commonwealth of Pennsylvania mandatory checks. The teachers do all of this and more. So all the people that would be living in this building as educators for the Diocese of Allentown would be subject to the rigorous and constant background checks that we always do for our employees.
And is there a maximum number of years that they can stay with you?
I'm sorry, could you say that
Is there a
again?
maximum number of years they may stay with you?
We are also evaluating that, but that will definitely be part of the process, is that we, in order, again, to create this beautiful incentive for them to come to work in our Catholic schools, there would be a minimum number of years that they would have to agree to be educators for the diocese in order to maintain the benefit of this housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Pete, do you have a question?
Right. I think it was testified earlier that this property is vacant currently.
That's correct.
How long has it been vacant?
My understanding is that sort of right before COVID, and then obviously during COVID, it just, that market for what they were using for, I guess it was personal care, just wasn't, it wasn't viable. So there was a decision to stop that use of the property.
So one of the permitted uses in the RS district is a single family home. Was any consideration taken for that, or are there reasons why that specific use would not work on that property?
Well, I mean, we don't have a specific use for a single family mansion in the Diocese of Allentown. So if that were, we just don't have a use for that.
And let's say there was consideration taken for it right now, the way that the rooms are configured with bathrooms in each one, in order to make it a single family home, would you say, and maybe this is a question for one of the architects,
I could probably answer it.
to convert it back to a single family home, it would take a considerable amount of funds to do so?
It would be prohibitively expensive for us. I mean, it's not something we could do. The changes we're looking to make are to all of the dwelling units currently as they were configured. They don't all have private bathrooms. You know, they're not as lovely as what we're proposing. We do have renderings, which you know, I had understood we were going to have for you. We're happy to provide them, but we reconfigured it so each room has its own private bathroom. There are appropriate handicap accessible, some unit. And then we do have the one apartment for a married couple, that because we're very pro-family. So if there is a young married couple who wanted one of whom or both of whom were educators to be there, the expenses of putting it back to a single family unit would be prohibitively expensive for us. And the expense to do what we're doing is also going, you know, to, we got to roll up our sleeves and hopefully make this a reality.
And then was there any consideration for the rest of the permitted uses in the RS district for that building? And
You would have to tell me what they are.
So he can't. What you need to prove to us what those uses are and why it can't be used for those uses.
Well, I would have to defer to the, you know, my professional architect assistants. I can just tell you that we saw this property. We have a vision for creating an environment for young educators, enhancing the interior of the property and maintaining the integrity, and in fact, enhancing the integrity of the exterior of the property. So I can't answer your question.
but right now, again, just to repeat, it's vacant. And so are there measures that you take to make sure that your property is secure? And
Yes.
All right.
Yes, the property management team at Holy Family Senior Living monitors it, and in conjunction with our diocesan manager of real estate and property.
So even it's vacant and still causing you to spend money on a property that's not being used.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you.
So I just want to go back. So with regard to the existing use of the property, it's very similar to Mr. Schneck's question. The reason your hypothesis is the reason why it cannot currently be used in the future as a personal care home is the economics, that is no longer financially viable for the property.
That's correct.
Is there any physical reason relating to the building or the property why it can't be used? It's just the economics of it.
There's no physical reason, but the market for the personal care, it's just not, we're not seeing that for that type of property at all.
Understood. Just want to understand where you're going with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
You mind if I say a few things?
I'm sorry. So are you
And
presenting?
we would-
Is that okay?
but- and Mike
We have to do
doesn't.
cross-examination of her. So you're
Okay.
you're here
Well, he can stand.
if they have questions. To
That's
reason.
fine.
Yep. You got it.
Does anyone have any questions for this witness? Okay, please come.
Okay. And Mike, oh, someone's going to ask me a question.
And ma'am, please do us a favor when you get there. State your name, spell your name, and state your address.
My name is Gail McGeehan. My address is 375 13th Avenue in Bethlehem. And I would like to ask you if the diocese has ever completed a study related to selling the property itself.
Not to my knowledge.
So it's not been done.
Just selling the property? Not to my knowledge.
Are there any more questions?
Again, sir, I said every time, state your name, address, and the spelling of your name.
Good evening.
My name's Ken Lausch. It's Loush. I've lived at 1324 Prospect Avenue for 37 years. And I appreciate everybody coming together tonight, and I appreciate the information that we've gotten. I have a couple questions, and these may kind of overlap. I'm not sure, but do you, at this point, do you have 13 people that would be interested in moving into a facility like this?
Well, we don't have a facility yet, but we've gotten tremendous positive feedback, and we believe that we don't foresee that being an issue.
Okay. So there is on page 3 at the very bottom there, they talk about a minimum duration on the lease. And I understand you're going to set that,
Mhm.
The duration.
Correct.
So I would assume it would be a 12-month lease, or?
It would, the lease terms, I mean, most leases, as you imagine, are year to year. However, there would be a requirement for a minimal amount of tenure as an educator in our Catholic schools
Okay.
in order to stay.
Okay.
That's just something, this is such a huge benefit, and it's a recruitment tool, so there would be a commitment for a period of tenure.
Okay. Because the comment here is a minimum of 5 consecutive days, which to me means it's like a bed and breakfast.
Yeah, no, that's not at all what we would for what we're going to hopefully invest in this, and the the work in our hearts that we're doing for this too.
Right.
I mean, we want people to be there, committed to Catholic education, and to be there for a number of years.
That was my assumption, but
Yes,
it's in the paper, so I wanted to just confirm that.
thank you.
And I think everybody in the neighborhood, when we saw boarding house, we kind of had that,
I felt the same way when I saw the word.
So it's interesting that there would be a yearly inspection to confirm that the tenants are all teachers and, following your program.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware of the inspection until tonight. I mean,
Okay.
we have, I think what Chris was saying, that there would be an inspection to confirm the type
Right.
of unit it was. We will be monitoring and would be happy. We're not going to have non-educators in this building. That's the
Okay.
whole point of it, right?
I hear you.
Yeah,
But you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
I
And
understand.
this is really an awesome property in an awesome neighborhood. And
agree.
we had a little get together, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago about this property where the Archdiocese wanted to expand it quite a bit and
Mhm.
put in a parking lot and basically totally destroy the
Mhm.
property. And that was all the goal of making it more economical, I guess, or more financially feasible. Fast forward to COVID,
Mhm.
now the place is empty.
Exactly.
Thank God that change wasn't made back then,
Yeah.
because now we'd have really an albatross on our hands, I guess. So we don't know what's going to happen in the future. My son went to Catholic school here in
Sir.
Bethlehem.
Sir, I'm trying to give you a little leeway, but again, this is questions, not comments.
Okay.
So if you have a question, you can come back up later, I promise you.
My apologies.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
I got a problem. I just kind of
You're
talk.
doing good. You're doing fine. We're just saying if you have a question.
Okay. All right. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I actually want to ask a follow-up question based off of something he asked. And if anyone else has questions, I'll have a chance. So a representation has been made that this will only be used by teachers in the Archdiocese that meet that profile. If the board were to impose a condition saying that is all this can be used for, I'm asking you this, and if you want to defer to your architects, you can. How would the city verify that?
I mean, we would be happy to provide annual reports, under whatever penalties of perjury or other conditions the city would require. I think, I'm very confident about what we want to do. I mean, do we in the future envision other opportunities to help, nurses or social workers or police officers or firefighters? Sure, we do, because there's a lot of professional people that serve our community that affordable housing is a big issue. We're focused on educators right now, and we're happy to cooperate with if the city would want confirmation of that. But we're investing this money right now for educators. So that's what we're going to do.
I appreciate that. Any other questions?
Ladies first is always the right decision.
Please state your name and address.
Sure. Emily Brennan, 1126 West Market Street. And I'm not sure if I'm asking the right person, but I don't want to miss my chance to ask the question. So if you sell the property, would the boarding house title be sold with the property?
I would have to defer. I mean,
So it's a legal question again. I mean,
Yeah.
I can give the board legal advice. By law, the variance runs with the land. So if you sell the property, the variance gets sold with the property.
So the boarding house would then transfer?
The boarding house would legally, arguably transfer.
And
But
then-
if there's a condition saying that can only be used for teachers, that condition would also transfer with it as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
No, I was going to say, and any conditions.
And the conditions would, yep.
Okay. Please
Yes,
state your
John
name.
McGeehan, 375 13th Avenue. Ma'am, have you ever had an appraisal done on this property?
I personally have never had an appraisal done on the property, and I'm not aware of a recent appraisal on the property, sir.
When you bought the property back in 1961, there was an agreement of sale, and in that there was an appraisal. Do you remember, or you don't remember, but you probably weren't around at that time.
I was
But-
born in 1961, so I don't recall that appraisal.
You know, that's the year I graduated from high school. That's great. But you don't have an appraisal, as you know. I would just like to mention that I would like to make an offer on the property. You can tell the bishop that, and you
Okay.
have my name.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions for this witness?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Carol.
Does the diocese look at this as a ministry?
Catholic education is a critical component of what we believe is an essential part of our service and our mission. And it's really interesting because the Diocese of Allentown is such a beautifully rich and diverse group of people, both people who go to our churches and people as part of our community. So, as you know, we're in Schuylkill County, Carbon, Northampton, Lehigh, and Berks. Bethlehem, obviously the Lehigh Valley is really growing a lot, and we are serving a very diverse community here in the city of Bethlehem. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to go to Holy Infancy School, but it's exploding with richness and wonderful educators that are serving a very diverse population in the city. We have Bethlehem Catholic, trying to make good young people who are going to maybe come back as professionals to serve the city. So yes, we do think it's an essential part of the mission of what we do to serve.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any more witnesses?
I think.
Thank you. Sal Verastro, Spillman Farmer Architects. I just want to make some commentary on some of the really good questions. And I'll do it in reverse order that I wrote them down. Somebody mentioned about, is the building being maintained? If you walked around the property, you'll see the property is being maintained, particularly the exterior, with one exception. And the interior, we walked through it extensively. It's in fairly good condition. There's no roof leaks or anything like that. It's been lived in. And as Kim said it was shut down right after COVID. I say shut down, not used any longer. But I can tell you that Holy Family is maintaining it. They're in there on a daily basis, pretty much as needed. They're over there making sure that the heat's on and everything's maintained properly. Another question was, can it be renovated into a single family home? Anything can be done possibly. I'd love the challenge, but if you look at the property, the mansion itself, yeah, it can be a single family home tomorrow. The eastern part of it are very small rooms that were it was basically a convent. They're for the nuns. They're very small. Could you use them as bedrooms? Absolutely not. It wouldn't even meet the current code. So to answer the question, can it be renovated to a single family home? I don't know how you'd use the eastern section. You'd have to extensive renovations, probably to the extent that we're proposing right now for its current use. There was another question I believe you asked if there would be a live-in cook. The answer is no, not at this time. There's no room for a live-in cook. That's not the purpose. Could a cook come in and do some of the cooking for the residents? Yeah, that might work out pretty well, like at a dormitory, resident hall. It's not out of the question, but they wouldn't be living there. And last but not least, I want to make sure everybody understands. I know it's been said, but you got to understand that the intent is, first of all, as Kim said, the Diocese of Allentown, the Catholic schools can't compete with the public schools with salaries. And so somebody said, do you have any current occupants that move in these 16 or 12 rooms, whatever it is? How can they when they get applicants in who want to work at the diocese, but can't because they can't afford affordable housing around here? I don't care who you are. It's very difficult to pay that rent. So to attract young, religious, well-educated people to live in a neighborhood and give them a reasonable place to live, that's what they're trying to do. There's no fake circumstance here or anything like that. They're trying to do a really good thing to attract well-educated teachers, single mostly. And I know there's a lot of questions of what would happen if, if they quit, they have to move out. If they get married, they have to move out because there's only one apartment. But then they can afford housing because maybe they have two incomes. But they're trying to do something here for their own base because they can't attract people not because they can't pay them enough so much, but they can't afford the housing around here, particularly people out of school. Yes, they're going to probably be young, but they will be well educated and obviously employed, so they will have an income. With that, I think I just wanted to summarize those things. I don't know if you have any further questions. Somebody asked a question about the zoning, and I think Chris can answer that question, but I realize that he's a previous witness. So there was a question about I forgot what it was.
Zoning uses.
Yeah, what it would be zoned to use for, and I don't have the paper in front of me. I think Chris does, but I'm not sure. So,
any more questions? No more witnesses?
One more
witness?
Yeah, go ahead, just briefly.
Just very briefly, my name is Dr. Michael St. Pierre. I'm the superintendent of schools for the Diocese of Allentown. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to everybody here. Just in terms of would we have enough potential residents, I just want to address that. There are 6 schools within a 10-minute drive with over 1,600 students for those 6 schools and approximately 155 teachers. So to the question of would there be 12 of those who would potentially be occupants, I'm confident in saying yes. Second, these are contracted teachers. They're contracted for 1 academic year at a time. And that's a binding contract, which we take very, very seriously. And as Kim said, they pass through many, many very rigorous safe environment tests, background checks, sex offender registry checks, all the things that you would have to do in any other school. They have to do more within a Catholic school. And then the last thing I'll just add is that these are very well-trained professionals. These are professionals. These are not volunteers. These are graduates of universities, and they're trying to do something good. And it's very hard, as Sal mentioned, because our starting salary is in many cases, about 50% of what a public school salary is. So to give them this opportunity, this incentive, keeps a well-trained professional in the community doing good for a longer period of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? This witness? Any of the other witnesses? Okay, I call for comments.
So for the public, this is your opportunity to come up, and if you want to provide testimony or statement as to why you either support this or deny this, just walk up one at a time to the podium. Please make sure you signed in on the paper. You can do that afterwards if you need to. State your name, your address, the spelling of your name, even if you did it before, please, just because it helps the stenographer. And what I would also say is, please, everyone just speak once. Please come up, make your full statement, and then grab a seat. So with that, we'll open open up for comments. You can do that afterwards if you don't mind. When you sign and put your address down, it just helps us. If you want to get a copy of the decision afterwards, it helps us have a record of that.
Okay. Deb Small, 924 West Market. I, applaud the effort of trying to do this, but I'm going to also add that I was young once, and I can assure you that if given the opportunity for somewhat unsupervised living, there is the potential for noise and things like this that could occur. And I just don't know what kind of controls the diocese has put in place for monitoring that kind of behavior among young people. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up and make a comment about this application, either in support or against it? Okay, come on up.
Yeah, I'm going.
Just so everyone knows, this is your speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, so, again, sir, name and address.
Ron Richter, 926 Prospect Avenue, and I'm confused. What is before the board right now? Is it just the variance on the use, or is it the parking?
So it's as was read into the record, and I can reread it one more time. The church is requesting a variance to permit the establishment of a non-permitted boarding house in the RS zoning district in a formal personal care home. So that is a use variance they're requesting right there. Second, and to reduce off-street parking requirements. So they're also seeking relief to build less parking than is arguably required under the ordinance.
Because we haven't even touched upon that at all, other than thankfully you address the beauty of the trees and all that stuff. But where do we stand on that, though?
They have an obligation to present evidence, and if that evidence meets the legal requirements, the board will weigh it. If you feel they haven't present that evidence, the board will consider whether they met the burden.
Okay, so they haven't done that as of yet.
We don't know. They've had their chance to present their evidence. The board's going to weigh the evidence. It's if they met the standard, the board will vote in their favor. Okay.
Nah, I'm still confused though.
So they have the opportunity to present evidence. The board does not. The board, although the board asks questions, it's not our job to extract out of them whether or not they met legal requirements for a variance. Kind of like a trial, they have an opportunity to give the evidence. The judge goes in this chambers and weighs the evidence and says you met it, you win or you don't win. They've had the opportunity to present that evidence. The board will consider whether or not they've met the burden.
So right now, the paving of the parking lot and cutting down the trees has not been put forth.
Well, the board's going to consider whether or not to reduce the parking. That's the question that we've been asked. Eventually, yeah, they present evidence on what they're going to do. We're going to weigh that. All right.
And they're doing that tonight.
Yeah,
But you don't know
Can I
that.
ask him a question?
Yeah, sure.
Just so that I'm understanding your concern, because I think you have concern over. Do you want to see a parking lot with spots there? Are you concerned that they keep the natural features?
Absolutely. And I think everybody here who's here for that is the same.
So keeping the natural beauty, you're not concerned with the street parking?
I'm not concerned with the street parking.
Okay.
No, I would rather see that than having big lights and cutting the trees down and having a paved parking lot.
We appreciate that. Again, I mean, those are the kind of statements that the board wants to hear. We appreciate that. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with comments?
So let him go, then you have to come up to the podium. Okay?
Ladies first.
No, no.
Okay. I have two concerns. One is with regard to the off-street parking. Sometimes you're attaching contingencies to approvals, and is it possible? So the northeast corner of that property has lots of traffic accidents already, without with lots of visibility, and so the plan to put all the parking off-street is going to reduce the visibility there, and so could there be some sort of contingency to look into more stop signs or something like that, so that we're not making a bad situation worse?
The board will consider that comment. Do me a favor, just state your name and your address because it helps.
Oh, sorry, I thought I did. Justin Strasser, 359 10th Avenue.
So everyone understands, she has to type all this up, and when you state your name, it helps her not have to go back through everything to figure out who was who.
Got it.
That's why we do that.
Thank you.
So we hear you advocating for a condition relative to that. The board has the ability to attach conditions on the grant of variances. We will consider that comment.
Great. And is it an option for the diocese to apply for the special exception and not the use variance? My question is, does special exemption pass? Is that attached to the land? Does that pass on if they don't do if they sell it, let's say?
They don't qualify for the special exception is the determination that was made given the nature of the use that is there. The special exception would also run with the land.
Okay. So is there language that would allow them to do what they want to do where it doesn't attach to the land?
The board would have to consider that.
Okay.
I want everyone to understand, I really can't give legal opinions to the audience. I mean, tell us what you want. The board will consider what it can do legally.
Thank you. There was someone else, ma'am, in the back. If you would approach the
Yeah, you have to come up.
podium.
You have to come up here. We're sorry.
So I have a broken foot.
Oh, do we have the hand mic that you can use?
I don't know.
Do me a favor, can
I can talk pretty
you?
loud.
So what I need to make sure of is if he steps back, she's going to raise her hand as to whether or not she can hear you when you're talking.
Okay. So far, so good.
All right, so do me a favor, state we understand the foot injury. So you can even stay seated if that helps. So just state your name and your address, please.
It would probably be better if I said it.
Please do.
There you go.
My name's Judy Sportley. That's S like Sam, W-A-R-T like Tom, L-E-Y, Loush, L-O-U-S-H. And I live at 1324 Prospect Avenue.
Okay, go ahead and make your statement.
Okay, yeah, so a couple of things that I'd like to mention is that we live across from the villa. And when that was full of priests, they had sufficient parking. Now that it doesn't have a lot of priests, there's a lot of open spaces. So why couldn't these people, the tenants, park back there instead of taking up street parking? Because everything is so limited there. I mean, easily I see like 6 to 7 empty parking spaces every day that could be used by the people at Trexler Pavilion. So the other thing that I want to really address, well, the other thing, Trexler Pavilion does have that additional, and all those small rooms were for the nuns. Now, as far as converting it to a single family house, I don't understand why you couldn't knock down some of the walls between those small units to make larger rooms. I mean, they do it on all the time to residences where they knock down the walls to make the rooms bigger. But the issue that I really want to address is not the economics, not the aesthetics, but since we've lived there 37 years,
The real issue is trust. And over all these years, the Diocese of Allentown has not been a good neighbor. They've fought against various things. When we want it to become a historic district, they fought against that. Then when we became a historic district, then they fought against Spring Street. And that was a vital part of the historic district. So then what the diocese decided to do was not take care of the building. And in historic terms, that's called demolition by neglect. Because eventually, if they don't take care of the building, then the city of Bethlehem is going to say, we have to tear it down because it's too far gone. And then about 15 years ago, we had the situation where they wanted to tear down all of the 100-year-old trees and put a big blacktop there for parking. And they wanted to do something else with it. And why would you come up with such crazy ideas if you really love that neighborhood and want to keep it historic? So over all these years, and when we had that meeting, they brought their lawyer, so we had to hire a lawyer. I mean, it was a real mess. And that's why, for us, the issue is trust. You can paint your rosy picture about how beautiful it's going to be and how it's going to help these young teachers and this and that. But quite frankly, we don't believe you. And I think that's where we have to start.
All right, ma'am, is that all?
I think so. My neighbors, would you agree?
Well, they're going to speak. They're going to speak for themselves. But
Yeah.
is that all? Is that all you have to say?
That's all and I really appreciate that comment that if this zoning is allowed and then the property is sold as an individual, then we could be stuck with a real albatross around our neck. Because who knows who could
We're going to come back to you after they all go.
Okay.
Okay. So, come on up. You're good.
That's okay.
So again, please state your name and your address.
Emily Brennan, 1126 West Market Street. My concern is that I'm leaving here with a lot more questions than I am answers. The parking situation, the study was done in July. School's not in session, which is industry standard. There's buses that run up and down that street. There's Nichman, there's Calypso. I'd like to see some kind of traffic study. To your point about stop signs, there was a deadly accident there 2 years ago. I have lost 3 rearview mirrors off my car. You can see my house right there. That week I was on vacation. So, sorry, I don't like to speak. I'm very concerned about the transfer. If we can put some language in there, I'd be a lot more comfortable with that about if the land is sold, that transfer piece. And I'm a teacher. I appreciate what you're doing. I don't want to seem like we're opposed to somebody being in that building, but I just feel that there's a lot of unanswered questions about this property and about what's going on with those pieces. I'd like to see a traffic study on the parking before that gets resolved, because we've had a lot of incidences at that corner. And I'm sorry, I'm looking at the map. 11th and West Market is dangerous. I have a 10 and a 7-year-old who almost get hit once a week right there. So I'd just like to see more on that. Sorry, I took notes. And then something about, the definition of a teacher may be included in there. What is a teacher by definition? Do you have a union, and is there terms that fall under that could be included so we know that it is teachers? So again, I just like to leave with, I feel like I have more questions than I do answers about what's actually going to happen there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Am I allowed,
Yes.
am
Oh,
I
you
allowed
wanna
to
ask-
ask a question for the
Sure.
previous commenter, or is that too late?
No, you can.
No,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
So for the lady in the back, if trust was not an issue, the presentation today and what they're trying to do from all the other things that they had planned to do with the property, is this something that would be in alignment with what you'd want to see the property as?
If Let me see, how could I present? So with what was presented tonight, I would feel reasonably comfortable with what they want to do for teachers, and help them out, and that type of thing. But I still have in the back of my head that I can't trust them, and who knows what they're going to do with that property 5 years from now. So maybe we could have a seat at the table. We have a neighborhood organization called MANA, and that stands for Mount Airy Neighborhood Association. Perhaps the president of that, who is Mary Toulouse, could sit in on things that are happening. It seems that every time we're sort of sprung with these issues, that we only have maybe a couple weeks notice. And yet what Holy Family Manor does affects the whole historic district. It's not just like the building next to them. So I think in the past, we've tried to do that, and it just hasn't worked.
Pete, you good?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Sir, you had a comment?
Yes.
Okay. Just state your name again, please.
Yes, John McGeehan, 375 13th Avenue. I live up for about 45 years, about 50 yards from the property. And I can tell you in 1961, the Catholic Church bought the Holy Family Manor, and they started out with about 12 or 13 units. A couple of years later went by, they went to 23. And then the next thing you know, 20, 30 years later after that, they had basically 50 units of below the priest's house that they put people up at a good price. And they went from something very small to, like right now, approximately 225 people in the hospital. And approximately 300 people on and off during the day, night, the whole shifts, et cetera, work in that place. I have been listening to this noise for the last 45, 50 years, and believe me, it's ridiculous. The ambulances have to go in and out of there. The traffic's in and out of there. Tonight, when I was there tonight at 4 o'clock, I just counted the cars that were there, and you're right, Judy, there are some empty spaces, but there were 112 cars parked there in and around and on the lot. That means that many people are going in and out of this property, not including garbage trucks, not including food that has to come to the hospital. This, in an area, an historic area like this beautiful 10 acres, and I realize they got it at a good price, and they do take care of people, but you know what? They have to start thinking about the people. We have to live with this. We got to live with this. And we've been there a long time when we put a lot of money and time in our homes. Our kids are a victim of circumstances. We all went to Catholic school, including myself. The other thing is, the Catholic Church since 2008 basically had 151 schools and churches. They are now down to 141. They have closed almost 40 schools and churches over the last 15 years. What about some of these schools? People have parking lots, basketball courts. You're in a lot of places you can go besides the historic district in downtown Bethlehem. I just feel like it's not a good spot for what you want to do. The other thing I wanted to say is I believe this was a non-conforming use when they made the deal to buy the property. And where the nuns are living was a non-conforming use. And I will say this, and I'm not a lawyer, but if you have a non-conforming use and you abandon it for more than 1 year, you cannot go back to that. And my point is they have abandoned this property since 2019. It's been closed. It hasn't been anything. They might have checked the heat. They might have checked whatever they had to check, but they did not. It's an abandoned piece of property. It's been abandoned for 5 years, and they don't deserve it. It should go back to being a home, and they should put it up for sale. And I'd like to bring up some paperwork up here to you.
So just she's not gonna be able to hear much. Bring it up and give it to them, and then go back there.
Okay. These are 5 copies of what happens when you abandon a piece of land is the township against the guy who abandoned it.
Sir,
And yes,
sir, to the mic, do me a favor and do a favor. Can we give them one copy of this?
yes. I wasn't gonna let them shepherdize it themselves.
It's fine. Just give them one copy.
Yeah.
We're going to mark it as Objectors Exhibit A.
You may look at it or shepherdize it as anyway, they did this. It was a non-conforming use. We let them do this. The people of Mount Airy section, which are basically 28 homes, let them do what they want to do years ago. And now we are in this situation, possibly looking at a boarding house. Get serious. This is it's such a shame for this property and to the people in this town and the people who live here. Do I make myself clear? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments?
Okay. So does the Archdiocese have anything they want to say in response to the comments?
Yeah, and we're just a diocese,
Oh,
so
sorry,
that's
diocese.
okay. You don't have to give
Sorry
us a
about that.
promotion. But I just had a few things to say is, first of all, we have a very strict definition. Where's that young lady? Right there, about what a teacher is as opposed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As opposed to what a teacher is versus a teacher's aide versus other paraprofessionals. So this would only be for teachers. And as Dr. St. Pierre said, there are contracted teachers. So that's what it would be geared toward. The second thing is we don't have, I sort of, sotto voce was talking to Sal, we don't have any objection if the board wants to make our use not transferable to if the building were sold. We're perfectly fine with that. You know, our desire is as part of our mission to provide this availability to educators. But, you know, if it would give the community comfort to think that if we're out, you know, then it's not going to be a boarding house, we don't have any objection to that. It made me really sad to hear about the trust issue. I just by way of background, I'm an attorney. I had my career in Washington, D.C. I worked for the Archdiocese of Washington. I came home 4 years ago to be near my parents, and I got to work for my home church at the Diocese of Allentown. I'm very proud to work there. I'm very proud of the professionals who are there. I am very grateful, Dr. St. Pierre, who's been with the diocese now for a year and brings a breadth of national knowledge to the diocese. And it makes me really sad to hear about the trust issue. I think the MANA organization, it would be great to encourage the residents of this, this property to become members of MANA, to be active participants. I'm happy to reach out to the leadership at the Villa and Holy Family Senior Living about more engagement. I personally would like to be invited to one of those meetings, but relationship is everything in life. And so I truly hope that we can, you know, reach out the olive branch to this community to re-engage with trust. So that really made me feel bad. And I want you to know that you have a heartfelt commitment from me to make that more in a better place.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the art?
You know, as far as the parking is concerned, I would respectfully request that we not be required to do a parking study. You know, I think that what this gentleman said about stop signs, or even if there had to be, you know, like zone stickers put into cars to show that they're with the building or whatever, you know, you might want to encounter. I would ask that you not put that additional requirement on us. I think that the comment about, are there other places that we could possibly have cars park? Maybe. The villa is actually getting more priests. Not that all of them drive when they get there, but we'd love to work cooperatively with the parking. We think the off-street parking, and I go to a lot of meetings over there. I don't see it as an issue, but and I agree with, I think a lot of the community was saying how the integrity of the exterior of the property is of paramount importance, and that's our priority too. Thank you.
Is that all?
I think so.
Thank you.
Yes, if there's no more comments, we will go off the record.
Thank you, everyone. Mike's back on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to recommence. Yep. If everyone can grab a seat.
We're going to do the motion.
So is there a motion from the board to grant or deny the variances as requested, subject to a condition or conditions?
Yes, there's a motion to grant should we do one at a time?
No, you can do both at once.
All right, both of the variances requested.
Subject to condition.
Subject to the conditions that you'll state now.
Second.
Second.
All right, so the conditions will be as follows, and they will be further articulated in a decision to be issued. That the use and operation of the boarding house will be solely by the Diocese of Allentown. That annually, the diocese will provide the city with an affidavit under oath with the identity of all tenants occupying the building during that year, with their employed location, and certifying that they are directly employed teachers, with teachers being defined in the zoning decision. That it will be that affidavit will certify to that fact. That I almost said archdiocese. I'm sorry about that. I'm from Philly and I'm a good Catholic boy. I'm sorry about that.
I get it.
That the diocese, and you were supposed to slap me if I did that.
You're too far away.
That the diocese will not lease or allow outside separate management of the property. That it will be operated solely by the Diocese of Allentown. That a deed restriction will be recorded in the chain of title in a form satisfactory to the solicitor, stating that upon the conveyance of the property or the leasing of the entire building, that that variance will be surrendered and will become null and void as of that moment. It may not be transferred. That a parking and traffic study will be submitted to the city of Allentown through the zoning officer. Bethlehem. It's a long day.
It's because you're from Philly.
I really am. That's my problem. Many ways. But that it will be submitted to the city of Bethlehem. Allentown will care less. But it will go to the city of Bethlehem, demonstrating that the proposed use will have no adverse impact on traffic or parking, or that any adverse impact will be mitigated through appropriate measures. Would that condition be acceptable to the applicant? Those conditions, ma'am.
Yes, I mean, all of the conditions are acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can call the vote.
Okay, roll.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Ritter,
Yes.
So subject to that condition has been granted. Everyone who spoke tonight, and if you wrote on that list, you'll get a copy of the written decision when it's issued. So if you didn't sign that on your way out, please make sure you do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're going to let them start.
I tried.
I know. I'll give you, I'll get you some names unless you.
All right, those who are staying, we have the next application. So housekeeping to start.
Okay.
The board has a 10 o'clock cutoff where this hearing will terminate at 10 o'clock. We're allowing the applicant, excuse me, everyone, if you can either cycle out or please be quiet. We're allowing this applicant to start their case in chief at 10 o'clock PM. If they're not done yet, the board in its discretion can decide to go later, or the board can in its discretion say we want to end for the night and bring everyone back next month. We know that's inconvenient, but we just want to make sure these things can go very, very late. So with that, I turn it over.
Can you tell us when your property was posted?
Yes, the property was posted last Wednesday, which I believe was the 16th of October.
Okay, thank you. Read the appeal, please.
for their property at 817, 821 to 823 West Broad. Appeal of Spinozzi 2 LLC on behalf of Marco Andretti for 3 variances: to waive the requirements for commercial use on the Broad Street frontage, to reduce the required eastern lot line 8-foot buffer yard to an approximate 2-foot 6-inch buffer yard, and a dimensional variance to reduce required west side yard setback from 15 feet required to 13 feet proposed. Zoning ordinance sections 1305.01A, footnote 1, 1306.01B, 1318.23, 1325.06, 1325.07, and all associated variances and special exceptions and interpretations.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. With the board's permission, we would like to amend the application with one additional dimensional variance, if I may, and provide you with that information. The request would be to section 1319.01, parents A, closed parents, parents 1, closed parents, parents II, closed parents. We learned after the filing of the application that there is a requirement to have 27 parking spaces for the proposed 18 units. We have either 26 parking spaces with the 9 by 18 regular size parking areas, or we can accommodate the 27 by making 3 of those spaces compact for compact cars, and we'll testify to what that is. And so that's the request for that additional variance.
So for the board's benefit, an applicant is allowed to amend the application as long as the property and the nature of the relief, the fact that it is variances, was properly advertised, and it was. So the board can vote now to allow them to amend the application.
I'd like to make a motion for the amendment.
Second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Ritter.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Gary, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the court stenographer?
Gary Later, last name is L-A as in Apple, D as in David, E-R.
And Gary, by whom were you employed?
My company is 44 Architecture. I'm the owner.
All right. And how long has that company been in existence?
Over 5 years now.
Right. And what is your designation in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
I'm a registered architect in Pennsylvania.
All right. And I'm assuming that you were a registered architect prior to the time that you formed your own company?
That's correct.
All right. How many years have you been a registered architect in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In Pennsylvania itself, probably 10 to 15 years. I'm sorry, I forget the exact number.
Have you testified before this panel before as a professional architect?
No.
Okay. Have you testified before other zoning hearing boards and other, planning commissions and/or legislative bodies?
Yes.
And offered testimony from an architectural standpoint?
Yes.
And have you been accepted as an expert in that field?
Yes.
And I would offer Mr. Later as an expert in the field of architecture.
The board will accept them as an expert in architecture.
Very good. Thank you. Gary, you and your company have been retained by Spinozzi 2 LLC to perform architectural services with this application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as Mr. Taylor read into the record, Spinozzi 2 LLC is an entity that's owned by Marco Andretti. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's your understanding and my understanding that Mr. Andretti wanted to be here tonight, but he has an obligation that he had to be at and was unable to attend this evening. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Now, the Andretti family has a connection to the property that is the subject of this hearing tonight. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
All right. And it's what I've been told, it's my understanding that the Spinozzi family, Mr. Andretti's grandparents, were the owners of 821, 823 West Broad Street.
That's also my understanding.
And that is one of the properties that is the subject of tonight's application.
Mhm.
Right. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. What I'd like to do is very quickly, if we could, try to establish for the board members the 2 properties that are the subject of tonight's application and what the current layout of the properties is.
Mhm.
If you would.
Oh, okay. Okay. Currently, these are 2 side-by-side properties. They are both occupied by a 100-year-old house on each property. The one 821 to 823 up until recently was being used as a boarding house. The property at 817 was apparently being used as apartments previously. Most recently, it was being used as a business use.
What I'd like to do, because I know the board members have that in front of them, is I'd like to actually refer to the exhibit package that we prepared and submitted with the application and use the heading that's in the top right-hand corner when we identify and talk about each exhibit, if we can.
Sure.
So looking at exhibit T1, that exhibit has two photographs to the top right-hand side of the exhibit. Are they the two not single-family dwellings, but single dwellings that you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. The one on the left-hand side being 817 West Broad Street,
Correct.
and the one on the right being identified as 821, 823 West Broad Street.
Right.
The idea here is to consolidate both of these properties into one consolidated lot.
Right.
And do I assume then that at the bottom of that exhibit, the dimensional dimensional information regarding the CL zoning district pertains to a consolidated lot and not the two lots individually?
Yes, that's correct.
And we did establish that the property is located in the limited commercial district in the city of Bethlehem. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at the zoning dimensional requirements, minimum lot area that is required is 9,000 square feet, and the consolidated lot will be a little over 22,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. The minimum lot width is 90 feet, and it's my understanding that the combined consolidated lot will be in the area of about 150 feet. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
The allowable dwelling units are based on a square foot of lot area, and that is one dwelling unit per 1,200 square feet of lot area. Does the application comply with that requirement?
Yes, it does.
So that the board members understand, we are not looking for a lot area or a lot area per dwelling unit variance in this case.
Correct.
And the permitted density is 18.67 dwelling units, and that has been rounded to 18 units. Is that correct?
Correct.
We'll get into some of the setbacks when we get into the individual variances, but I want to look at some of the other information. For instance, the maximum building coverage permitted on this property is 80%. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the applicant proposing?
We have 33%.
Significantly less than what is permitted by the zoning ordinance.
Correct.
In addition, what is the building height that's permitted in the CL district?
60 feet.
And what is the proposed height of the addition and the existing structures?
It's 3 stories high, and I'm sorry, bear with me for a moment. Measured to the eave, it's 28 feet 5 inches.
Versus 60 feet that's permitted.
Correct.
All right. When Mr. Andretti retained your services, did he give you any direction regarding the two existing structures?
It was important to him for the 82123 to maintain certain elements that related to, his grandparents having lived there, and it was a bit of discussion to bring him around to the idea of preserving both of these buildings.
And obviously in your field, the architectural importance and integrity of the buildings is something that one should consider when they're determining what type of uses should be on these properties?
Absolutely.
All right. And what was your recommendation, Mr. Andretti?
My recommendation was to try and incorporate new units as an addition to these to 821 and 823 while preserving them as best we can.
All right. Prior to the zoning hearing board meeting this evening, you had an opportunity, I believe, to attend a meeting with the Bethlehem Planning Commission.
Correct.
And at that meeting, the members of the Planning Commission, as well as members of the audience, had comments regarding what was being proposed at that time.
Right.
The members of the audience have not had the benefit of the revisions to the plan that have been made since that time. So
Right.
I'd like to go through for the board members and members of the audience what changes have been made since you appeared before the Planning Commission. It's my understanding that the plan that was submitted to the Planning Commission as a sketch plan consisted of 30 units. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that density has been reduced to 18.
Correct.
In addition to that, it's my understanding that the building height was somewhat larger than what is being proposed now.
Yes, it certainly was.
And can you indicate to the board members what the difference is between what was previously proposed and what is now being proposed?
We were proposing a 4-story addition previously, and I don't have I'm sorry, I don't have the exact height, but the height of the addition was such that it was requiring some additional fire rescue requirements.
And also, as a result of the reduction in the dwelling units, there's now also a reduction in impervious coverages. They're not.
Correct.
The required parking spaces would have been 45 spaces, and because of the reduction in the density, there are now 27 spaces required.
Right.
And so therefore, you were able to delete a substantial amount of impervious coverage associated with this project. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, I believe we already talked about the fact that the ordinance permits a structure to be 5 stories, and the structure that is being proposed now is 3 stories. Is that correct? All right. If you will turn, if you will, Gary, to Exhibit L1, and if you would please just review with the board members what this exhibit represents.
Oh, okay. So L1 is our proposed site plan, and what we're showing is the parking layout, and you'll also see an outline of the addition. So some of the parking will be under the proposed addition.
Right. Now, my understanding is that, and we'll submit this a little bit later in the record, pursuant to the Lehigh County Tax Assessment record, the 823 boarding house consisted of 17 bedrooms. Is that your understanding?
Correct. That's my understanding.
And the property at 817 also contained living units as well, residential living units.
That's also my understanding.
And at some point, the first floor of 817 West Broad Street was converted to a non-residential use, but that the second and third floors continued to be used as residential uses.
That's also what I understand.
And so this proposal is somewhat consistent with that, in that the 2 structures currently existing had at a minimum 17 residential living units, and this application is for 17 residential dwelling units. Is that correct?
18.
18, I'm sorry, what did I
Yes,
say?
17.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
18. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And let's very quickly give the breakdown as you're going through and you're identifying the existing structures and then the addition. Could you provide the board members with the breakdown of the units that are being proposed for each of these structures?
Well, sure. We're proposing for 821, 823 West Broad Street, 12 single-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units. At 817 West Broad Street, we're proposing 2 single-bedroom units, 1 two-bedroom unit, and 1 three-bedroom unit.
All right. And so that would total 18 units?
Correct.
So by my math, we're indicating 14 are 1-bedroom units. There's 3 two-bedroom units and only 1 three-bedroom unit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the parking that is associated with the layout is consistent with that breakdown.
Correct.
Is there anything else? Oh, looking at Exhibit L1, let's just briefly identify a couple of areas that are the subject of the variances. If we're looking at the exhibit to the left-hand side, there is some language indicating variance requested. Do you see that? On the
Yes,
left-hand side of the
yes.
exhibit?
Mhm.
And there's an entry that says 2 feet 6 inches. Do you see that entry?
Yes.
All right. That is the area where there is a requirement of an 8 feet buffer between this property, 817 West Broad, and its adjoining property. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
Now, there exists a detached garage at the location essentially where the 15 feet designation is indicated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that garage is currently a non-conforming structure.
Correct.
And that garage encroaches to 2 feet 6 inches of the eastern property line.
Right.
Okay. And there is also a parking area at that location, is it not? Is there not?
Correct. There's existing parking.
All right. And that parking area is also a structure. You would agree with me that it meets the definition of a structure. It's man-made.
Oh, okay. The garage itself.
In the parking area.
Okay.
It's a man-made structure.
Oh, okay.
And that man-made structure encroaches into that buffer as well.
Correct.
And those are already pre-existing non-conforming structures that exist at this location.
Right.
Now, let's look to the right-hand side of the photograph, and you'll see some verbiage that's indicating variance requested. Do you see that?
Correct.
All right.
I mean, yes.
Would you indicate to the board members what the 13 feet is referring to?
So the 13 feet refers to where we're proposing a new stair. So that stair is set back 13 feet from the property line only because we're trying to maintain the existing edge of the existing building.
Correct. So on the western side of the building, although it's on the right-hand side of the page, there is a 15-foot side yard setback, is there not?
That's correct.
And the applicant is requesting a 2 feet variance to that setback.
Right.
However, the existing structure is a non-conforming structure in that it encroaches 2 feet into the 15 feet side yard setback.
Right.
And so the stair area that you've identified that is going to be added to this plan encroaches no further than what the existing building currently encroaches into that side yard setback.
That's correct.
Is that fair to say? All right. Is there anything else on L1 that you would like the board members to know about?
No.
Okay. If you would turn to Exhibit A-1.1, and would you explain to the board members what this exhibit represents?
Sure. The main reason for A1.1 is to show the layout of the proposed 3 one-bedroom units on the first floor.
And when you refer to the first floor, is this referring to a particular existing structure?
Yeah, correct. This would all be within the existing structure.
Either one in particular, either 817 or 821?
Thank you. 821 through 823.
All right. And this is showing those 3 one-bedroom units that are on that first floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If you would go to A1.2, please, and indicate to the board members what this represents.
Sure. You could see that this is the proposed second floor plan. The right-hand side shows the existing second floor with 2 two-bedroom units on either side. The left-hand side shows the addition with 4 one-bedroom units proposed.
Now, if you just orient looking at this picture, if we look to the right-hand side, that would represent the front of the building or West Broad Street, would it not?
Correct.
And when you refer to the addition and we're looking at the left-hand side of the exhibit, we're talking to the rear of the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And if we're looking at A1.3, what does that represent?
A1.3 is our proposed third floor plan. And again, on the right-hand side, you're looking at the existing building. We're proposing a single bedroom unit on both sides only because there's existing roof slopes that we're contending with. And, it's not clear yet due to limited head height if we'll be able to get really more than 1 bedroom, even though they're both very nice size units. On the left-hand side, we're proposing 3 single bedroom units. Yes, it could have easily been 4, but we're trying to hold to the 18 unit number. And in the process, we're able to step the building towards the neighbor, which I think is also helpful as well. So the building will have less impact on views and daylight to the neighbor on that side.
All right. Very good. And now we have some renderings. I have some photographs and also some renderings. So I'd like for you to take your time, if you will, looking at Exhibit A2.0. Looking at the top of that page, that appears to be just a photograph of West Broad Street and the existing structures.
Yeah, that's correct. And with our computer modeling system, what I did was I placed a camera in our model to match where I took this photo so you could see how little, it's not up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't control it.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, we'll put it up.
It's my fault.
It's okay, Dave.
We'll get up, everyone.
Okay,
Thanks
we're
for
looking
flagging.
at-
In your way.
We appreciate your.
This is
autonomy.
A 2.0.
2.0.
Should
It's
be
okay.
the
Sorry.
one. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate that.
So I think what you were trying to establish, Gary, is that the photograph that you took here, and then you to tell the board what you did in terms of the proposed addition that you can see a little bit towards the rear of the buildings.
Right. So, I feel confident that the upper image accurately depicts how much of the addition you'll see from West Broad Street. The lower 2 images are what you would see from the alleyway, looking from either direction.
And again, the height of the structure has been reduced significantly, has it not?
It sure has.
Since the original
Mhm.
proposal.
Yeah.
And it's consistent with the height of the existing structures now?
It is. In fact, the height of the addition is actually lower than the existing 821, 823, well, in terms of the roof peak.
Before we do that, is there anything else you wanted to show the board regarding A 2.0?
We had comments from the planning commission asking for more differentiation and more in materials and such. And, that's one of the things, understand we're still exploring things, but, what we're trying to show here is give an indication of different types of material we're using to complement the existing building, whether it's brick, we're proposing brick at the bottom, or fiber cement panels and siding, and, higher quality materials. And, I'm hoping we could get planter boxes and really enliven this property with good landscaping and planting.
Was it important to the planning commission members and other members that attended the planning commission meeting that the existing structures retain their current configuration?
Yeah, in the city's letter to us, per the planning commission review, they did express appreciating that we're preserving the two existing structures, and that's been an important part of this.
The other option would be to raise the structures,
It sure would be. I hate to see it go in that direction.
but it is an option.
Right.
All right, but Mr. Angeretti wants to continue to try to proceed with the
Mhm.
existing structures and to
Mhm.
retain all of the existing structures, correct?
Correct.
Including porches?
Especially porches.
If you will, we'll take a look at A 2.1. And I think you were talking a little bit about the roof lines here in terms of what the proposal is. So why don't you explain to the board members what this exhibit represents?
Well, sure. A 2.1 is the front elevation of, really what you're seeing are the front facades of the two existing structures. And you're seeing the addition in the back. And, it's a little deceptive because as a architectural elevation, no one would ever perceive the addition in this way. But what it does show you is how the proposed roof will align with existing roofs.
And it appears to the right-hand side, consistent with what your previous testimony was, that the roof line height of 821, 823 is actually higher than what the addition is.
Yeah, that's correct.
And if you'll go to Exhibit A-2.2, and indicate to the board members what the top rendering represents.
The top rendering, which is the rear elevation, this is what you would see along Schaefer Street. This is showing you the height of the top of the ridge and the top of the eave. This is also, again, just showing you a study for proposed materials, window divisions, outdoor decks, and so on. The lower drawing is our west elevation. This is the elevation that would be facing the neighbors who are along 8th Avenue. You could see 2/3 of the building is really the existing building at 821, 823. And then you could see with the rear addition, we're proposing a lower slope roof. And that's simply, again, just a move to help reduce the mass of this addition.
Very good. Now, the area at 817 West Broad Street, my understanding is that there's a drive-through area that's associated with that building. Is that
Right,
correct?
that's correct.
And I think you gave me the term, and
Port Cochere.
Yep, Port Cochere. How do you
Yeah.
spell that?
Portechere.
All right, and tell us what that is.
It's simply a structure that allows, it's a kind of an open sheltered structure. Often they're in front of hotels, but it allows you to drive under it, get out of your car and walk into the building.
All right. Is it the plan to maintain that structure?
Absolutely.
Was
That's-
it important to the Planning Commission in their July 3rd, 2024 letter that also be maintained?
I believe so.
How does that impact the difference between the 26 parking spaces and the 27 parking spaces? We know that we're required to have 27. Right now, we can provide 26 of the 9x18 parking spaces, or we can provide 27 with 3 of those 27 being the compact car size. Would you indicate to the board members what would be required if we were to move to the 27 full parking spaces?
Well, in doing so, we felt that we would have to demolish that porte cochere in order to get the required widths of both the parking and the access drive.
If you go to Exhibit L1, if you would, and once we get there, you can identify where this porte cochere is located.
Yeah, sure. So you would see it on the lower left-hand corner, which makes it the northeast side of the property. Correct. You got it.
And that's what we're referring to.
Right.
In the event that that were removed, the applicant could comply with the 27 required parking spaces.
I believe so, but I would rather our engineer talk more to
Engineer
that.
talk, but that's your understanding.
Mhm.
Do you believe that that's an important architectural feature that should remain?
Oh, absolutely.
Also, regarding the requirement in the ordinance that the first floor contain a commercial use,
Mhm.
what would be involved and what would need to happen in order for that to occur at both of these structures?
Well, my thinking is to keep the number of units we're proposing. The most feasible way I see of doing this is to enclose the front porches on both of these structures, which I feel would be detrimental.
It's something also that the planning commission members wanted the applicant to maintain, did they not?
Absolutely.
And so it would require enclosing those areas and creating the non-residential portion of the property on the first floor,
Right.
in front of both of those front of both those units. Can you tell me a little bit about the slope that exists in front of both of these structures?
Yeah, it's a fairly steep slope. You could see in our existing photos on T1 just how there's a series of stairs that have to go up. I mean, I don't know exactly how many feet the finished floor is above the sidewalk level, but it is, it's a fairly steep slope.
And any commercial use that was present in either of these properties, one would have to access the front of the building from West Broad Street and up those stairs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at the picture on the left-hand side of T1, is that the porch area that you're indicating that most likely would be enclosed and occupied as the street level commercial use?
Correct.
And you would also, looking at the right-hand side, try to incorporate those two units and connect them with the commercial unit there as well if it was required?
Correct. What's not clear on the photo for 82123 is that the front porch extends across the whole face of that front building, even though you're only seeing roofs over the left and right-hand side.
Okay. You've had the opportunity to visit the property?
Extensively.
And particularly the interiors of the property?
Correct.
Would you describe for the board members, if you will, the condition of 821, 823?
It's severely dilapidated. It's over the years, it's been really, I guess, butchered is maybe the word for it. It's everything is just really in poor condition.
Are there remnants of its occupancy as a boarding house over the years?
Absolutely.
I'm assuming it has many municipal violations at this time.
I'm assuming there are too. I know there had been many complaints about it over the years.
And this proposal would obviously restore both of those structures, would it not?
That's the
In addition
idea.
to building the addition.
That's the idea.
Can you explain for the board members
Mm-hmm.
some of the improvements that would be made to the existing structures or would have to be made?
Well, sure. I mean, to start with, we're proposing the fully sprinkler both buildings to be able to do what we're doing. We are providing new electrical, new plumbing, new HVAC. It's an extensive investment, but of course, even on the interiors, there's a lot that we like to preserve. Hardwood floors, moldings, a lot of decorative things as best as we can. But it also means investing in upgrading and doing numbers of things for compartmentation to keep wall rating requirements to separate units from each other. So the code upgrades on both of these buildings is pretty extensive.
So I have for Mr. Later.
Okay, questions from the board?
I think you covered everything pretty well. Existing, there's no commercial there. And
There is not.
And there never was.
There was an office, we believe, only because the records at the county, which I have an exhibit, indicated that there was a conversion of the first floor to an office space of 817. 821, 823 never had anything other than residential units.
So this, I mean, looks like a really an effort to preserve what's there and add on.
Huge
to that.
effort.
All right, and then in your site plan, you have a row of plantings along the side. I don't know, are those existing?
They are not existing. I've learned this evening from one of our witnesses that the area currently is going to be too tight. And so the proposal is going to be for a decorative fence, and we'll go through the appropriate process when we go back to Planning Commission. We will show them what that's going to be, but we believe that's probably going to be what is being proposed for that area.
Okay, okay. Decorative fence screen to separate that.
Screen from the property next door, and that would be appropriate to do.
No questions?
Are there any questions from the audience for this witness?
But,
Oh,
yeah, no, so, yeah, come on up. So, ma'am, you are the person who had the broken foot, is that right?
Yes, she is, yes.
Yeah, and you have a question, yeah, the broken foot. Yeah, so why don't you go, and then she'll go after you are. No, ma'am, you come up, you're fine. No, I just want to make sure that the reason why she wasn't walking up was we want to be accommodating. Please state your name, spell your name, and your address for the stenographer.
Jackie Bold, Bold, and I'm at 827 West Broad Street.
Please ask your question.
My question was, when was the last time anything has been fixed in that house or renovated?
Nothing to my knowledge. Wait, you're asking 821 to 823?
The blue building, 821, yes,
Oh,
to
okay.
823.
I don't know about what maintenance has been done on it.
I've been there 7 years and I have not seen one thing done. And I've heard a lot of bad things from the tenants that used to be there.
I agree with you. It desperately needs work.
All right. And the way they neglected it now, how do we know going forward, once you do redo it, that you would keep up with it?
I think probably because it's going to be about a $5 million investment in order to do this.
Is it going to be
project.
still through a property management?
Most apartment units are through a property management company.
Okay.
Somebody local here in the Lehigh Valley and the Bethlehem area that would probably be charged with that responsibility.
All right. And will the alley be redone in where you're putting the addition in Schaefer Avenue? Because there's a big dip.
So I don't know that, but we have to go, if we're even successful here this evening,
Okay.
we would have to go back to Planning Commission. Planning
Okay.
Commission would have the authority to either require that or say it's not required.
All right. And can you also ask to require a stop sign then? Because there will be a lot more traffic
We can
coming
do
in
that.
and out.
I hope that you'll probably receive notice of when that meeting would take place.
Okay.
Certainly have the ability to ask for that.
All right. And if they do have the tree line, which you said you might switch to fence, I have cameras installed. I want to know if you will, because if I don't know if you are going to have pets or not, but the pet poop might be a problem.
Okay, I understand.
So I'm like, I think those are all my questions. I have
Thank
a lot
you.
of comments.
Okay, thank you.
Let's let our person in the back go. So just give us 1 sec. You have a chance. You can stay seated. But
Thanks.
again, please state your name, spell your name, give your address for the record.
Yeah, sure. Judy Sportley, S like Sam, W-A-R-T like Tom, L-E-Y, Loush, L-O-U-S-H. I live at 1324 Prospect Avenue. So the question is for the board. How many of you have driven on Broad Street and the whole block around the proposed site?
So again, the board, it does not answer factual questions like that.
Okay.
But what I'll tell you is that, I mean, the board will only consider the evidence that's presented tonight inside this room. That's what they're supposed to consider. But I mean, the board can, if they want to volunteer, whether or not they're familiar with the property, they can, but the board should not. The questions right now are for them is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So why can't Mr. Andretti just restore those 2 or the 3 beautiful houses and feel good about it without destroying the neighborhood. If you could see the little amount of property and what those other houses are going to look up to, that big 3-story wall, it's really a shame.
Well, it's just like the case that was before this board previous to this one this evening, and that is that nobody, in my opinion, nobody's going to restore those properties to the condition that they should be without having some additional opportunity to construct something else on that site. That's just my opinion.
Well, has Mr. Andretti investigated that?
Yes, and we have some testimony this evening regarding the cost associated with that.
You have another witness that's going to testify about that.
Yes.
It's just a shame why can't he restore those buildings, have apartments in them without putting 18 units?
Well, it already has 17 living units. We can certainly restore it back to a 17-unit boarding house, but based on what I believe, the community probably would not want that. So we are consistent with the number of units. The units have changed, admittedly. They're a little bit different, as the previous witness in the previous case testified. They will have, obviously, bathrooms and kitchens. But the unit count is going to be identical, maybe even 1 or 2 units less than what currently existed at 817 and 821, 823.
So the model that you showed up there was a really modern rendition for these apartments.
Mhm.
Why can't you make that more like the architecture in the neighborhood?
Can you answer that, Gary? I mean, is that something that... Listen, I don't know if it's a personal preference or not. I can't answer that question, but certainly as we move through the planning commission, if we get that far, we certainly can take that into consideration. You talking about materials and things of that sort?
I'm just talking about an architectural style. The 2 buildings that are there are about what, Queen Anne style?
Yes.
And
Well,
it looks like those buildings right there are from Expo. Because they're all white, they've got vertical windows there. The architectural styles are totally incongruous. And if you could make the architectural outside of these apartments to look more like Queen Anne style or whatever style the other building is, it would look so much better. It would blend in with the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. I'm sorry,
Yes,
going up.
ma'am. Yes.
I got to tell you, you're the most polite audience I think we've ever had.
It's wonderful.
Hi, my name is Kathy Bowman. The last name is B as in boy, Ulman, and I live at 534 8th Avenue. I just have 3 clarifying questions. One is that if you look in the top of this rendition being shown right now, A 2.0, there's some very tall, mature trees that are still visible in that composite photo. They're a notable feature of the block. They provide a lot of privacy to the 3 existing homes around it. I would like to know if the development is going to allow for the preservation of those trees as shown in the drawing or not.
I'm not aware of any trees that are actually in that rear yard that are going to have to be cut down. I mean, there might be one. So I think any trees that you're seeing in that rendering will still be there.
So there's 3 or 4 very tall trees that are between the old boarding house and the
Yeah.
house on the corner and between Ms. Russo's property as well. And I think that that's very near the contested line.
It's probably like
Um,
right along the property line. I
Right.
bet.
So that's,
Yeah.
it makes a big difference. And I
Sure
was
does.
wondering if we could find out if there's any possibility that those will remain.
Yeah, we could look into that.
Okay, thank
Real
you.
quick, is that on the western property line of
Uh,
821, 823?
Yes, it
that
is.
would be,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, we already have a minimum 13-foot setback currently that exists there.
Right.
And we have to maintain that. So
I guess I don't know much about construction and if the
Okay.
construction equipment will kill the trees
we'll
or
get the answer
whatnot.
for you. But
Sure.
I
Thank
believe the
you.
answer is that this tree line here along the western property line is going to remain because I don't see it encroaching any further than 7, 8, 9 feet.
Right.
And the building's currently 13
Sure.
feet away and will stay there.
The limbs do overhang where you have the patio
That-
party
that may have
deck
to-
area. So I think that wondering if that would survive the trimming that would need to happen. Also, one of the supporting documents, I don't remember which one, my apologies, referenced that a shade study has been completed. And I was wondering if the results of that study could be shared, added to the proposal so that we can see how our properties will be affected. at different hours, et cetera.
Yeah, I did prepare one, and I prepared it when the building was 1 story taller. And I mean, I could just tell you off the top of my head, I mean, keep in mind the building that's on the corner of 8th and the alley is pretty much shaded all around because of all those mature trees on it. Even with the taller proposal I had last time, I didn't really see very much impact from the height of the building, but I have no problem sharing that with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then finally, this dovetails a little bit what I think Jackie mentioned. Will a traffic study be completed to determine the impact of the additional 18 residents or so using particularly Schaefer Street and on the intersections and walkways to determine what mitigations might need or adjustments might need to happen to make that a safe area?
I'm going to have to ask the engineers about that. I'm assuming as we go through the planning commission process, they're saying we are required to do a study.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. State your name, please.
Marcia Fritz, Fritz. I live at 818 West Market Street. I am directly behind this proposed addition and the two buildings. It doesn't show on the plan, but there's Schaefer Street that goes east and west. There's Garden Street that goes north and south. And then there's the alley right directly behind my building. So I will be looking out down the alley directly at the back side of this building.
Yes.
And I have to say, I'm much relieved by the modifications made by Mr. Lader. He is also a historic preservation supporter, and so I applaud his willingness to work with the client to recognize the importance of those two buildings. If you look at West Bethlehem from the broad,
Sorry, it's kind of what I said earlier. We're here for, do you have a question for them?
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Because of my relationship to this building, one of the things that is a constant irritation are lights going up and down Schaefer Avenue and up and down Garden Street. Now I see that parking is partially planned for being under the addition. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I would say 3/4 of the parking will be under the addition.
Okay. So I would also,
Ma'am, do me a favor.
Three-quarters
She
of the
couldn't get his
parking
answer.
will
Let
be
him
under the
answer so she
addition.
can hear. You have it?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
okay. So that means I would presume that you have to light that parking garage all hours of the day and night. That's what I'm worried about. Lights coming down that street into the back of our property. So please, if I may, ask you, Mr. Lader, if you could give that some consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's ways to do lighting nowadays that there's limited light spread.
Exactly right. And just one other question. Kathy Bowman mentioned the trees along the western edge of the property line. I've been in construction all my life, and I know that when heavy equipment drives over the roots of trees, it kills it in about 2.5 or 3 years. So are you planning to incorporate in your building designs protection for those trees?
I think that's very important, and
Mhm.
we're going to certainly plan ways to do that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
All right.
you.
Again, we're doing questions right now. Any other questions for the witness? So just by show of hands, because I'm trying to gauge where we are in the hour, and ma'am, please head on up. How many more, and this is not saying people shouldn't, how many more people have questions that they're going to want to ask? Okay, so you may be it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not holding up anybody else. That's good.
Ma'am, you're fine. Take your time. Ask whatever
Okay.
you want to ask.
My name's Kathleen Russo, 548th Avenue. Yep. At the Planning Commission meeting, I was told I'd get a copy of the Sun study as soon as it was completed. I never got a copy. I would like a
Pardon?
copy, please.
Okay.
Like to know if you also did results for the modified plan, not just the first plan, but the modified as well.
Right.
That'd be great. That'd be really helpful. Just wanted to make clear that you understand that shade from trees is extremely different than shade from a building.
Right.
Leaves move, plants still get. If you're a gardener, you know.
Mhm.
Okay. My biggest question, I have one question that I think should actually be the first question that zoning resolves. Because all these other details, I have tons of opposition to this. But until this first question is resolved, I think we're all wasting our time here. My first question is, can you please show an aerial, one of your diagrams that shows the three? Let's see, A13. A13 would be great because we can use that same picture later. Don't have to change it.
A13.
Is there? Yep. Okay.
Is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to ask everybody here, specifically the people on the zoning board and my neighbors, when you look at this, what do you see? The developers are describing 821, 823 as a building with an addition. That's not what I see. What I see is, I see the existing building, which has a 25-foot setback from West Broad Street. So slope makes no difference. You had to be 25 feet back anyway. It's attached to a stair tower.
Mhm.
And then there's another building built on Schaefer Street,
Mhm.
attached to that same fire tower.
Mhm.
And you agree with me, correct?
Sure.
Yes. These are two separate buildings. This is not an addition. And as a separate building, City of Bethlehem 1302.03, public right-of-way having a right-of-way width of 20 feet or less, which affords a secondary means of access to the rear or side of a abutting property and is not intended for general traffic circulation, regardless of whether an alley is given a street name. No main building shall have its frontage on an alley. This entire plan doesn't work. It's also, I'm glad you admitted that it's a separate building.
No,
Oh, now
don't
you're
go
not.
there at all. No, it's
he did say so.
under the
Okay.
definition of the ordinance, it certainly is not a separate building,
Okay,
ma'am.
you said it was a separate building, but okay.
It's not a
All
separate
right.
building.
No, you're putting words
All
in
right.
your mouth, man.
Well, did I put those words in his mouth?
The board heard the testimony. the board
Okay.
considered the testimony.
All right. Legally, I would really like the zoning board to look at,
So, ma'am,
Yep.
I want to say again, I mean, we're here
yep.
for questions to the witness. I mean,
Okay.
you're
All
making
right.
some
Are you
argument.
familiar with PA Code 55.2? Do you agree that these are C2 occupancies?
I don't know what relevance that has to
Okay,
a
it
zoning
does.
proceeding.
It has
To a
extreme-
zoning hearing regarding the
does.
relief that we
It
are seeking
does.
this evening. Okay,
It
tell me how
does.
it's relevant.
Because you don't need any variance if you can't do this building, period.
No, we
You don't
actually,
need to move, you don't need to extend out 2 feet closer to my property
The
with
board
a
will
building that
sustain an
can't be.
objection as to the relevance of that testimony. The board
Objection.
is here to interpret the zoning ordinance, not to interpret the other ordinances.
Okay, so you're not concerned whether the building is.
Whether it's feasible for them to build under the building code,
Okay.
that will happen later in this process.
Can I
We're here tonight for the
just
zoning
give the
code.
zoning board the laws about the fire code, and that's a firewall, and
So
it's
when we
legally.
come back, I think we're going to end up
Oh,
coming
when we come back later?
You're going to have an
Okay.
opportunity to present testimony at that point. If you want to
Okay.
present testimony and legal argument at that time,
Okay.
you can absolutely do so.
Okay.
Right now, it's just factual questions, not legal argument, factual questions to this witness.
Okay.
Is what we're here for right now. You have time later for the other stuff.
Okay, then I think I'm good until we get to comments.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And you
Thank
will
you.
have that opportunity. Is there anyone else in the audience that has any questions? All right, so with the board's permission, I'd like to go off the record for a very brief recess to talk about where we are in the hour and what the
Yeah.
board would like to have happen. So can I have a motion to go off the record briefly for a recess?
I'd like to make a motion to go on a recess.
Second.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
All in favor, good.
We're all in favor.
But they just.
All right, everyone, the board needs 5 minutes. We're going to talk about, we have a 10 o'clock
You're not gonna
cutoff.
give us a chance.
We're going to
You're
talk
gonna
about
just
where
tell
we
us.
stand relative to tonight, and we'll come back and we'll let everyone know it's going to happen, okay?
David, what's the date?
All right, everyone. So the board just took a very brief executive session. So again, the board has a 10 o'clock cutoff, which means we're supposed to stop the meeting at 10 o'clock, but we wanted to let that witness get all the way through his testimony and to give all of you to ask your questions so you didn't have to come back not having had it fresh. But the board is now going to end the meeting for the evening. That does mean the hearing is done. What will happen is it will continue at the zoning hearing board's next meeting, which will be on November 20th at 6 o'clock p.m. in this room. This matter will be listed first because it's a continuation of a prior hearing. So you can have our assurance that we will, unless there's a lot of other testimony, we should get through it all in that night. So again, please mark your calendars for November 20th at 6 o'clock p.m. in this room. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. And
Thank you.
and with that, I'd like the board to make a motion to adjourn for the evening.
Like,
Oh, you got it.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
I know.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Do it, no matter what we say.
You got it.
You know, if we use it for a while, then they all have to speak.
Trust me, this will be less painful than Lady Mohawk.
Realistically, it would have done it at least another hour,
It's,
right?
Yeah, they sell that from God.
He was going to be an hour based on our direct and redirect, and then they get to make their comments. So it's going to be at least another 2.5 hours.
I mean, gosh, I thought we had 3 small asks.
Yeah, I know. And that's, well, I'm going to hammer that home so we can close the building. I don't know. She's still going to object there.
I'm not part of this. It doesn't matter to me.
Watch your coat back there, Pete.
All right.
I'm gonna run it over.
Whatever they want to do. I don't. That gets that case on our list.
Let's sit tonight to the shower first.
All right, thank you. I guess we'll see each other next month.
I was
Happy Halloween.
Oh, yeah. Happy Halloween, everybody. I didn't bring you candy.
I'm gonna fill your good count.